Good morning. It is Monday, November the 22nd, 9 o'clock in the morning, and the Commissioner's Court is now in session. If you would, please rise for the prayer and pledge led by Commissioner Harris.
Lord, we thank you for all that we blessed us with as we go into Thanksgiving weekend. We're thankful that we can assemble here and people can voice their opinions and views that other countries don't have that benefit of. As we go travel this week, please watch over our friends and family to go to different locations to enjoy Thanksgiving. Lord, thank you for all that you do for us each and every day. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Welcome everyone to the Commissioner's Court meeting today. We are on YouTube. We've had some complaints about not being on YouTube, so we're making sure that we are on YouTube today. And I apologize for those that are waiting upstairs to come down and talk, but they have YouTube up there so they can see and hear everything that goes on in this room. With that, I want to remind everybody, if you would, please turn your phones either off or to vibrate so they don't interrupt the speakers in their presentations. And with that, the first part of our meeting is always public input. This is where we invite the public to come talk to us about things that you want us to know about. We don't get to respond, but we get to hear, listen. And we ask that it be on something that is not on the agenda. If it's on the agenda, we ask that you come at the time the agenda item is called. So with that, when you approach the podium back here, which is also on YouTube, you give your name, your address, so we'll know what precinct you're in, and we'll limit your remarks to 3 minutes. So if there's anyone who would like to address the court on something not on the agenda, this is your opportunity to address the court. Is there anyone? Very well, then we'll move on with the agenda. But for those of you that are not familiar with this is something we do at the beginning of every regular meeting, is to invite the public input. We have some timed events today before we begin the actual agenda. And when those timed events come, when the actual time comes, they're going to be at 9:30, 10 o'clock, and 11:30. We have to take those events as close to that time as we can. So if we have to jump around a little bit on the agenda, that will be the reason why. We always start with commissioner comments. Are there any commissioner comments in precinct 1?
No, things are going very well.
Precinct 3?
It's Christmas in Comfort this weekend. Good event, a lot of fun for a lot of people. Encourage everyone to attend.
I just want to reiterate, we have a lot to be thankful for as we go into Thanksgiving week. Also, I want to explain why I'm so scratchy-left. Hill Country Crisis is No Shave November, so I can't wait for December 1st. But it's a good cause and it brings awareness.
Very well, then we'll go into the consideration agenda. Item 1.1, Kerr County Veterans Advisory Committee Quarterly Report. Gary Miller, I know he was in the hall.
Gary out there?
Could you call Gary Miller out there?
Gary?
Go on in, Bill. I see you. And Gary, if you would introduce everybody so that people know who we're with.
Yes, Gary Noller, 140 Ray Drive in Center Point, Vicki Marsh on my left and Marvin Warren on my right. We're representing the Veterans Advisory Committee. Bill Cantrell's on the road to Phoenix, so he couldn't make it today. This is our quarterly report. We're a little bit late. We wanted to get through Veterans Day, see how that worked out before we made a report. But in the crowd somewhere is retired Lieutenant General Michael Oates. He wanted to come down with us today and just kind of see how we make a report to you. He's a graduate of West Point, military academy at West Point, and had several command positions in the United States Army, combat infantryman. One of his major commands was with the 10th Mountain Division. Going on into the report proper, we did receive a quarterly report from Jenna Sanchez on the performance of the County Veteran Service Office. We're very happy to see that report. We're very pleased with the report. Jenna is intended to work part-time with Marty's absence to go to her active duty service with the Air Force. Jenna's kind of picked up hours. Every minute she can squeeze into it, she squeezes into it. And we're very pleased to see the performance report that she gave us. And I hope she turned that in, that you could look at it also. Marty does check in from time to time. Jen and Marty stay close together. I think Marty wants to stay in tune with the flow of things as much as she can, even in her absence. And Jen also stays in good communication with us, the advisory committee, and barely a week will go by that she doesn't send some little question like, what do you think about this? And I know she's setting up for January to have an outreach, and she kind of asked us about that. And so we try to give her the best advice we can, which we feel is our function. And we appreciate the fact that she appreciates that advice and as much as possible utilizes it. There has been some issues with the processing of veterans' claims with the VA, and a lot of that's due to a couple of things. One of them is the COVID pandemic has caused the federal government to cut back on a lot of hours that are being worked. One of those is the National Personnel Record Center in St. Louis has been really closed down, so requests are getting stacked up there in the regional offices at the VA, like in Houston. So veterans see that. They notice that they're not quite getting the service that they want to, but I think from our perspective, what Jenna does, she's doing as much as she can. And when she turns it over to the National Personnel Record Center, she turns it over to the VA regional office. It's up to them to take the next step. And she makes inquiries on behalf of the veterans to find out where they're at and to see if she can speed that along. Veterans Day this year, I hope went well. Everybody had an enjoyable time. There were a lot of events going on. Alan Hill stepped up and provided a ceremony out here on the courthouse grounds. Judge Kelly, we know what you stated when we came in October about a committee, and we'd like to talk to you a little bit more in detail so we don't understand what that's all about.
And I've had private citizens tell me the same thing, so it's time for us to get together.
Okay. So we're interested in helping out with that. We know there's people in the community who do. I guess we just want to make sure that we have a good feeling from where you're at, Mr. Commissioners, you're at as far as this day.
We're right on track.
Okay. Last thing I'm going to talk about a little bit is when they had the infrastructure meeting over at the event center a couple of weeks ago. I appeared there because I heard infrastructure and I thought it might be a good time to open up something. There is a little piece of need here that somebody in the government needs to help us with, and that's over along Highway 27 from basically the loop there, Veterans Highway, and extending back down towards the county property. The stoplight that's out in front of the VA building, the city street that goes down towards Flat Rock Lake is called Tucker Street. There's no sidewalks on either side of that road there, but you get to that intersection and you go down towards Third Creek and you go past the American Legion and Maldonado's and the Credit Union and the Public Works Department and the baseball fields and the River Star Park and the County Event Center. That all has curb gutter and a real nice sidewalk. I'm not quite sure how that got done. I haven't lived here long enough. I've only lived here 20 years.
I think that was probably TxDOT.
TxDOT. So anyway, somebody thought that was nice to put that sidewalk that went down there, but there's a lot of people I see that come down those sidewalks and come out of the VA facility, particularly some of the people who live at the VA, and they go down towards the mini mart, or they go down towards Stripes, or they go across the bridge to the pizza place or whatever. There's no sidewalks, and so they're walking in a roadway. And I've talked to the city once about that, and they're looking into it, but I don't know if that's an intergovernmental thing where everybody has to get on board, but at least if there's any influence you might have to help get that thing done down the line. You find a shoebox full of money somewhere, and you say, what should we do with a shoebox full of money? I'll say spend it on some sidewalks. But that's our report. Any comments or questions?
Anything? Veterans Advisory Council?
Thank you for what you do.
All right, well, thank you for your
Appreciate
support.
it, thank you.
Thank you for your support of veterans.
Item 1.2 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request to use the courthouse grounds on December the 4th and 5th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for a pet food collection drive in Kerr County Pet Owners, Aaron Guerrero and Tony Hughes. I recognize you by your t-shirts.
Glad to use the opportunity. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Karen Guerrero. I am with Kerbal Pets Alive, a nonprofit animal charity serving Kerr County. Our mission is to serve Kerr County pets by assisting Kerr County Animal Services in the areas of volunteer, animal rescue, education, and medical support. We also strive to keep pets out of the shelter by providing resources to Kerr County pet owners. Our office is frequently visited by residents in need of pet food and supplies.
Excuse me, sorry.
That's okay. In the effort to serve more of our pet community during the holidays, KPA would like to host a pet food collection here on the courthouse grounds the weekend of December the 4th and the 5th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Our 22-foot KPA trailer would be parked to allow for drive-through donations and manned with volunteers throughout both days. KPA would also would be able to take safety measures needed to protect volunteers and visitors. The collected food would be made available to Kerr County pet owners in need at our office at 414 Clay, as well as other holiday events. We also welcome any county employees or officials who would like to volunteer their time for this event. We'd like the court to consider that.
And we also have liability insurance.
You do?
That's become more important now.
Yes, sir.
I move for approval. Thank you, it's a good idea.
Got a motion and a second to approve using the courthouse grounds on December 4 and 5 from 9 to 5 for a pet food collection. Any other discussion about that?
Who made the second?
Commissioner Blue? Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is 1.3. I believe Mr. Gibbons is outside. Oh, there he is. I saw it. 1.3, consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding the closure of the Kerr County Animal Service to the public. Got some complaint about the shelter being closed recently. Just kind of wanted to follow up to see what we can do about it.
Well, actually, this morning opened it. It involved the front door being locked. We had originally locked it during the bad parts of COVID. We had then reopened it, and then we had a COVID spike, so we reclosed it. It wasn't really locked at this particular time because of COVID. We just found we were able to better regulate the amount of people in the lobby, some with cats and dogs at the same time. We had other instances where we were able to head off parvo situations and other contagious illnesses before it actually made it into the building. But that is not vital. It still can get in. It can come in with our officers, with animals off the streets. So it's not vital that we do it. And I probably should have unlocked it a little bit sooner, but being able to lock it on occasion whenever we do have an outbreak or another situation where we think that it needs to be locked is good. But at this time, we went ahead and reopened.
Good to know. Anything that's informational, is there anything you want to discuss about it?
This shows the need for a new facility.
Well, we're working on that too.
Do you put a sign out there telling them why?
Yes, sir. We have a
You've done what
sign.
you need to do.
And then basically we had people call when they got there to be let in and stuff. But there's issues with everything. If everybody's on the phone, then somebody may get stuck outside for a little bit. So it's better to have them come in. I actually would prefer them to be able to come in. We just hadn't gotten to it yet. So, but we have.
All good. All good.
Pros and cons either way.
There is. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is going to be 1.4, and I believe Marvin Willis is upstairs, so if you start heading down this way. Okay, good. Okay, good. Presentation by Matthew Willis and Marvin Willis on an automated shop local program.
Pay attention to the video first.
Whether locals or visitors, we have people shopping and spending money every day, bringing revenue to our community. But there's a lot of money leaving our town in the form of online shopping. Yes, of course, it's convenient to sit on the sofa with a credit card and have the deliveries dropped on your porch. But do you really want to help finance billionaires with their joy rides into space? The marketplace is definitely tilted toward the big guys. But we can help level that playing field by putting local businesses online with shopping carts of local goods available 24 hours a day. So why buy local first? When you shop at local businesses, you're spending your money on more than just the item you're buying. You're putting a building block in your neighborhood. It's more than the single purchase of a cup of coffee or groceries or even a shiny new bicycle. And the money doesn't stay in the till for very long. Local business owners use that money to create economic activity like buying from suppliers, many of whom are local businesses, paying taxes to the city, which builds and maintains the infrastructure we all rely on, or employing local workers, contributing 65% of the new jobs each year. Add this all together and you've got a recipe for a happier, healthier, more connected city, and that's an investment worth making. Our Shop Local First plan puts local businesses and their products as close as your smartphone or keyboard. It begins with the QR code in the business. When a customer scans the code with their phone, they have access to the business's online store anytime, day or night. As the store is shared on social media, the reach of the business is multiplied again and again. This lets customers shop our city's businesses locally from wherever they are in the world. Every $100 spent in a locally owned business, $48 continues to circulate within the community versus $14 from a non-local business. Now that's a conservative estimate. We have studies that say it's as much as $85 that stays local. What's spent here stays here. Locally owned businesses spend their profits locally, purchase more goods from local suppliers, and employ their own office and support staff. And you get more for your money. When more money gets recirculated in the community, general prosperity as well as tax revenues increase, creating a more vibrant and sustainable economy. Our local businesses offer unique character. A wide variety of locally owned businesses contributes to a stronger local identity and cultural diversity, creating an attractive place to live and visit. Shop Local First makes it easy to find what you need locally, celebrate where you live, and put what matters most first. Keep your dollars where your heart lives, support an economy of friends and neighbors, and build a community that thrives by thinking and shopping local first.
Well, there you have the presentation, and I'd like to say a few things to go with it, if you don't mind. First, if anybody has their phone out, if you'd like to, take your phone and your camera and just take a shot of this. Just put your camera and point it at this QR code. Anybody want to do that? Anybody up there? Any one of you commissioners?
I'm not good at that.
Put your camera on.
It gets very, very technical.
Well, it's really actually pretty simple, okay? The program that I've created, see now, we've had shop local programs, right? How many of them have lasted? Have you ever seen one last anywhere? You want to know why? Because of us. Because people are involved, okay? You've got somebody you got to hire to run that, and that costs money from the city or the county, right? Then you have to have volunteers. How long do they last? Some of them last a little while, some of them last a lot. And you guys know how it is when you got one side of town getting a little bit more than the other side of town getting a little bit. So it just creates all this conflict, right? Well, this simple program that I put together, what it does is I create a card for any business that wants to participate, okay? And I'm creating a whole new revenue stream for every business that does. Because if you think about it, your customer comes in the store, many of you are business owners, comes in the store, buys something from you, goes home, sits down on the couch, and orders 3 more things on Amazon. Now, you guys are talking about a huge issue today here in Kerr County about the money that the government's wanting to give you with control. Am I correct? Isn't that what we're talking about? Well, how about $250 million that Jeff Bezos is taking to space with him? Simply, all we have to do is set up our own merchants, okay, where people can buy online from them. How many of you in here would buy from your local merchant instead of Amazon? I mean, it goes without saying. Now, why did I come to you? Well, I've been to the city. I've been to the chamber. I've been to the Economic Development Corporation. Okay? You know how many people? I've got 21 businesses already on board with this in a week. Okay? So getting the businesses isn't a problem. I don't really need the county or the city to get the businesses to do it because they all know what I just showed you on that video. Every one of them do. And they know their own customers come in the store and then they go home and they buy 3 times as much at home. We're talking $249 million a year leaving Kerr County. How much money is this debate about? We're talking about getting money? Not anywhere near that. And that money, we're all just sending out of town. Now, what do I want the county to do? Well, I want the county to recognize that $250 million that's leaving and just help me get these signs up around town. Okay? Each business that participates in this, I'm going to charge them a percentage. So they're only going to make more money because you figure their overhead from their business is usually somewhere between 60 and 70%. Their overhead on this, something around 15%. So they make more money online than they do in their own business. So it shouldn't be too hard. Now listen, I did the Hero Card, I did the River Parade, I did the Celtic Festival, I've done Hometown, I've done everything, right? All those things have been successful, so I have the credibility, I believe, to pull this off. And I own the Hill Country Visitor Magazine and Mobile Mags nationwide. And so not only will this Shop Local program benefit the locals here locally, but when visitors come into town, they can take it with them and continue to shop. And I'm promoting it nationwide. So anybody will be able to go to the link and shop in Kerrville. Or not just Kerrville, but the entire Kerr County is our plan. Now when I did Hometown Hero, I had 787 businesses on my program. 787 businesses. You know what they gave me? They gave me 15, 20, some of them even more % off just for telling the customer to come there. Okay? With this program, I'm going to make them 85% more profit off of their merchandise. And that money's going to stay here. Because right now, the only reason why people shop online is because it's easier and because the local businesses, most of them don't have an online portal. It's really not that complicated to do. We have the technology. I have enough people working for me. I know I'm running over my time, but I just want you to know that I would like to create a public-private partnership with the county to keep that $250 million in Kerr County. That's what I'd like to do. Now, you guys know how that would work. I don't. Okay? But as far as me setting up businesses, I've got 21 already in the program. And you know what? All 21 of them did it with me asking them the first time. So I don't see any person, I can't see anybody saying no to this. Okay? The biggest problem we have in this community is billionaires taking the money out of it. And it's really simple to compete with them. It really is. We just don't do it. We have the capability not to just do it, but to promote it and to organize it and to run it. And here's the thing. You don't need a Shop Local manager. You don't need volunteers. You don't have this side of town mad this side of town over the Shop Local program. Okay? And it literally works. It's simple. And every business that gets involved gets free promotion throughout the entire county. So why wouldn't you do it? Not only that, since I own Mobile Mags, which is nationwide, I can promote this anywhere in the United States.
So can you hold that card up?
Yeah, let me hold this.
Camera there, maybe people can get it off their screen. No, right there in front of the camera.
Oh, right here in front of the camera. Now this is, yeah, you can scan this off the camera. It can be sent out as a link. But the plan is to put one of these in every business in town, okay, where their customers walk through the store at the register, just scan this and walk out. Guess what? They share them on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, any way they want. I can take them to their website. I can take them to a shop program. I can take them to a Facebook marketplace. I mean, we can do anything we want to do with it.
Or in case there's people out there like me, give them your phone number as well.
Okay, if you want to get a hold of me, my phone number, my direct line, 830-367-2151. That's going to come directly to me. If you're interested in this program, I want you on board. But my interest today really is getting you guys on board. The $250 million a year that's leaving here, just a piece of that would help our economy. And really, you know, I emailed every single person with the Chamber of Commerce, every board member, every auxiliary member, the economic development. How many people are here for the Chamber? Did you get my email?
I'm a member.
Oh, no, I mean that belong to the Chamber. I mean a board member or an auxiliary member. How about the president of the Chamber? How about anybody from the city offices? Okay, now Harley, you know me better than anybody up here, right? Don't you think?
Maybe, I don't know.
I would say you
Can we
do.
take a vote on that?
I would say you do,
I've
okay?
known you a long time.
I think that Harley would probably speak for me in saying that when I say I can do something, I don't just try. I put all of it into it and I get it done. And this is already really done, okay? I mean, all the technology is already done, okay? All I really need is to create a partnership with you to really just to encourage shop local first. Now, I don't expect everybody to shop local all with for everything because we don't have everything. That's why we call this shop local first. So you can go online just like going on Amazon, and you can order the stuff right here in town, or in Center Point, or in Comfort, or anywhere in Kerr County, okay? Just from your phone, just like Amazon. It's not any harder. But I want the people to know it so that they're shopping local, so they're not spending money to space like we saw in that video. And that's where I'm at. What do you guys say to this?
I think we just did it. With your card and everything and your phone number, I think you're bringing awareness.
Well, what about a private-public partnership with you guys to promote this to the...
I'm not sure we can legally do that. I have to refer that to the county attorney to look that up.
Well, it's a proposal. You know what I mean? I really don't know what you can do, but we're talking about $250 million a year, okay? That it's really not that complicated to keep a lot of that money here. And I just need people to...
do your effort, but I'm not sure that we can partnership with it. I mean,
Well, maybe we can partner. Maybe we can't partner, but maybe you could say something good about it. Maybe you could talk to people in your district and say, hey, you know, here's the other thing about that. How am I going to get them to see it, right? Well, when I had the Hero Card, I went around and put Hero Card stickers on every business, right? Well, I'd like to have the QR code up where people can see it when they come into town.
I think it can help every business here.
Absolutely.
My family, one of the highlights, come to business, go to Gibson's. They don't have a Gibson's.
Well, there you go. So the guy who comes to Gibson's with your buddy,
Right.
and when he goes home, he can still shop at Gibson's.
Exactly.
And that money's staying in Kerrville, isn't it?
Great.
And Gibson's is one of that. What about James Avery?
You bet.
You can shop at James Avery right here in town. And a lot of people would like that. They'd come here and shop and then leave. There's a lot of places like that. And I'm just looking for a way to get somebody on my side. Because when you can't get the city, okay, when, you know, you really can't. Now,
All right, I think we're on your side. It sounds good.
Yeah. Thank you.
okay, well, somebody let me know what you want to do.
We're not sure what we can do. Other than support.
I'm going to do it. So I think these people are on my side, right?
We're on the side of things.
Good enough.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how we participate.
Well, I'm just looking for a way to get you guys
Tell us
involved.
what you wanted, except for us to be supportive. There was no asking what you said.
Well, I appreciate that, Harley.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll let you guys have it. Thank you very much for
I'll spread
listening
the
to
word.
me. Excuse me?
I'll spread the word.
I appreciate that. We're working on it already. We got 21 businesses signed up already. So it won't take long, I don't think.
Good.
We're all supportive of shopping locally.
I think you are. I think you are. The problem is keeping people involved in the shop local program. Because how many managers have we had in the city that have been in the shop local program or the downtown association and all those different things? They fail because there's people. See, this is automated. There's no people. And that's why I believe it'll work. Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 1.5, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept law book donation given by Mark Morrison and add collection to the Kerr County Law Library for public use. Ron Hayes.
Good morning, Judge Kelly, Commissioners. Mr. Morrison came to visit me, and he would like to donate his law books. He's a retired attorney from here in Kerrville, and he asked if we would graciously accept his law books to put in our library.
So moved.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
You look like you have a doubt about that.
I'll second, then I'll have no doubt.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Blue, second by Commissioner Lance.
My doubt is, do we need these law books? And what books, and are they duplicates of something we may already have?
No, they're not. I looked, and it's basically we have some tort, bankruptcy, veteran laws, so it's a lot of case law that may help individuals coming into the law library, because that was one of the things I did ask him. So we have different books that he's donating that we don't currently have.
How many, volume-wise, how many?
There's probably about 20 books.
Okay.
We have room?
Yes, sir. And he said if we didn't accept them, he would try to donate them to Shriner College. So, but I see that they may come in helpful for some of the proceeds that come in for different things that they.
Are these specific books, or are they reporter series, or what?
They're various different books. It's not a series, so it's specific titles to certain things.
Well, I guess I'm curious. I practiced law for 47 years, and I probably had, I don't know, what, 800,000 books.
Well, he didn't want to throw them away because these were specific to good case law, so he asked if we would accept them here.
I just want to make sure we don't have any duplications. I don't know how to get rid of my books. I got lots of them.
They'll figure it out.
Huh?
They'll figure that out.
Shop local.
Shocking. Any other discussion? Got a motion and a second. Those in favor, raise your hand. I'm just going to abstain. We got books coming out of here.
I'm not sure.
But, let's go to item 1.6. Three. Zero. Consider discussion take appropriate action to accept donation that was given to the district clerk's office for the Kerr County Christmas party.
We received several items from constituents, and so we're going to graciously donate those to our Christmas party to be raffled off.
Then we accept the donations.
Will that include law books?
Okay, we have a motion
Seconds.
and a second. Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous one.
And just to clarify, they're gift cards, so thank you.
Now, before we go on to item 1.7, I want to advise the people upstairs, and I'm saying we're having sound problems up there. I don't know if you're hearing anything or not.
Did that get rectified?
It's a little better, Judge. I got about as good as you can get, but I can get a little better.
Okay. Well, the first four people on the list, which I believe are Marcia King. I can't read these names.
First four on the list.
Richard. Okay, well, I'm just gonna start heading this way.
Okay.
Because we're gonna do 1.7, 1.8, and then 1.9.
There's a 9:30 timed item,
And
Judge.
that's not passed.
Okay.
I just got a note on that one, so we're gonna pass the 9:30 time item, which helps us a little bit for our schedule. So item 1.7 is a presentation regarding the results of the community survey regarding the American Rescue Plan Act, funding and recommendations. Rosal Avenue.
Okay, drum roll. I want to remind you about a couple of things before I give you the numbers. There's about over 30,000 voters in Kerr County, registered voters. So anytime you say that a majority of people are either thing, you've got to take that into perspective. We had a total of 165 responses to the survey. 11 of them were turned in at the workshop. We got 56 of them by mail, and we got 114 by email using the website, which totals 181 responses total. I'm not sure where that top one came from anyway. I just should have marked that out. 105 of the responses said basically keep the money, and 75 responses said send the money back. The categories that were selected, we asked people to indicate 3 different categories, and actually I went ahead and put all of them on here because I thought they were kind of interesting, the numbers. The first and one that got the most either circling or numbering or whatever was the under public health category, other COVID-19 public health expenses, which is communications, information technology, law enforcement, and emergency services, and 42 people indicated that as an option. The second group was under the public health category, which is the medical expenses, including alternative alternate care facilities, and 41 chose that option. The third one was the negative economic impacts category, and that one was the aid to nonprofit organizations. And then I went ahead and gave out the numbers, and since y'all are interested, let me read the other ones. Under the public health category, capital investment, or public plant changes to public facilities was the fourth one, and it had 28. The other smaller results, clean water, 20 votes, broadband, 19 votes, and I might add in the legislation that was signed last week, there's a considerable amount of money for broadband also. Congregate settings, 19 votes. Mental health, people added 11 votes. 2 votes for road repairs, and 3 votes for housing. So it was kind of a broad spectrum of things. Some people responded to only one selection, so don't try adding those up and making it come out to 181 because it won't work out like that. And then others marked 2 of them and didn't mark the third one, so it kind of skews it. A little history lesson for you. There was a Benedictine monk in Suffolk, England in the late 1400s, and he wrote a poem, and this little part is in the poem, and it's been reused and reused and reused. And Abraham Lincoln is probably the one that you would identify as having used it. It says you can please some of the people some of the time, you can please all of the people some of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time. And I think that applies in this survey and what we're talking about. And then I gave the court 3 recommendations. Do you want me to make those public? Okay. The first one, I asked them to reset the deadline for the intent to submit from December 31st to at least February 15th. And that'll give people who want to apply for these funds, if they decide to keep them, a bigger window here to get their money, the project plan and how much money it's going to cost, and that before we start looking at them. And so I would recommend that we move that. And you can do that at the next court thing. It's not an action item today. You still have time in December to do that. The second one is to make no decisions about funding projects until these pending court cases at the national level are resolved and any applicable executive orders are interpreted. And I think that's a fair thing. We've hired GrantWorks. We have a couple of the people from GrantWorks here today. And that's one of the things that they do is kind of keep up with all the legislation. And then later today, we're going to hire a grant administrator. And so that will be a responsibility that person will need to feed back to the commissioners and to the public as this evolves, as time goes on. So that'll be a big challenge to keep up with all that. And then the third thing that I thought about, and I don't know, Heather will probably have to answer this one, consider requiring a performance bond equal to the amount of funding awarded to nonprofits or any other non-government agency or group. In other words, if you are awarded some of the funding, then you are responsible for producing a performance bond. That will protect the county from being financially responsible if the funds are not used correctly. The bond will take care of it. I don't think that'll be a problem, but I think that's not asking too much. And that's my report. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on her presentation? So the public knows we do have 2 representatives from GrantWorks here today. We have the president of the company, Mr. Fred Stitznickel, and we have the director for the American Rescue Plan Act division of the company, which is Fred Marks, and they're here to answer questions. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 1.8, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to prohibit spending any American Rescue Plan Act funding without court approval. Mr. Harris.
All right, I think this is one of the biggies on our agendas today, and I've got a lot of stuff written down that I want to read. And I'm going to start out with the wording that disturbs me and most people gathering here today the most. And I'll quote, specifically it says, to comply with all other applicable federal statutes, regulations, and executive orders, and recipient shall provide for such compliance by other parties in any agreements it enters into with other parties relating to this award. Now, if I had to vote today to keep this money or send it back, I'd vote to send it back. But there is not an immediate deadline. This wording has prompted a lot of maneuvering and litigation. As most of y'all know, I oppose any sort of mandates, whether it be masks, vaccines, whatever. Over the last couple of weeks, I've had a lot of sleepless nights thinking about this stuff. And, you know, I had a pre-scheduled vacation, a mini vacation. I missed out Commissioner's Court when this stuff was discussed before. So a lot of y'all, it's the first time y'all are hearing from me. I've answered lots of emails, phone calls, and what have you, and stated my position. I reached out to several elected officials, and here are some of their opinions. The first one's Chip Roy, and his office wanted to make it clear that this is a policy position, not a legal position. But I'll read you what they said. Biden's vaccine mandate does not apply to the recipients of ARPA grant funds for the same reason it does not apply to anyone. It is unlawful and unconstitutional. A recipient of the grant funds is not a federal contractor under any definition of the term, but if the Biden administration attempts another unlawful executive order, like his unlawful eviction moratorium and his unlawful vaccine mandate, or if he tries to extend the existing mandate to recipients of ARPA funds, counties and localities should simply not comply, and the court should strike it down immediately. Andy Murr, and I'm paraphrasing his, because of the litigation, stand back and watch. Possibly put funds in a jumbo CD, and I'm just paraphrasing. Kyle Biederman, I know I reached across the fence, he's not in our district, but I enjoyed visiting with Kyle. Kyle, and this is a direct quote, I believe in waiting to spend immediately is smart. Let the smoke clear and then make a decision. Therefore, I move that we prohibit spending of any American Rescue Plan Act funding without court approval.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to not spend any of the ARPA funds without further action from this board in public. Right? This public meeting. Okay. Board's open for discussion.
I have a question, and probably to Representative Grantworth. There is, I presume you'll be sending this to Bill at some point, for the work you're doing. If those funds are paid for out of our general fund, is it possible, if we decide to use any of these funds in the future, to reimburse ourselves from the ARPA funds into our general fund at a future date?
And we probably ought to get you.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'll go back and.
If you want to do handouts.
I think we're not there yet.
Bruce, I know you had some handouts. You want to go ahead and have the handouts?
Let's wait until the next agenda item. I think it'd be more appropriate at that particular point in time.
Just identify yourself.
Yes, I'm Bruce Spitzlingle. I'm president of GrantWorks, a consulting firm that has been retained by the county to assist with the ARPA funding. Regarding the question in terms of, I believe that would be a situation if it's an eligible activity. You chose to spend local funds and then reimburse later. Once you feel comfortable that the reimbursement is going to be something that you can live with and is appropriate, that would be a fine expense and a reimbursement.
Thank you.
While you're there, I know you had to do some stuff before the meeting started. With regard to the vaccine mandate, is that something that is going to be applicable to the county employees or any people that we give the money to?
Well, I'll do the short answer right now, and then when we get to the item, there's going to be public comments and the like, I'll go into more detail, if that's okay with you, Judge.
Sure it is. I just kind of wanted you to.
Based on, our reading and based on opinions that we've seen, this county is not in any manner required to comply with the EO or any other EO in regards to the vaccines.
And that's based on what?
Well, can I get to that when we get into the questions? There's going to be 1,000 questions, I have a strong suspicion. It is based on information that comes from OSHA, and so that's what we'll be looking at is the OSHA information and looking at the various documents that support what I'm stating. But I do believe it's pretty definitive.
OSHA's in a court case right now. We don't know.
That is dealing not with cities and counties, and particularly not dealing with the state of Texas. That is dealing with employers of 100 or more employees.
True.
That's me. Right now, I have to comply. Once it comes up to whatever that date is, January 4th or whatever, my company would have to comply, unless there's a court order that changes that. But it does not affect cities, counties, or the state of Texas as far as their employment.
And that's because we don't participate in that aspect of OSHA.
That is correct, because you're not a part of an OSHA, a state OSHA plan. And like I said, I'll point all that out, Commissioner. I'm not trying to hide it. I just feel like it would be more appropriate when...
I want to make sure that we're not mixing apples and oranges. That's why.
We're not mixing apples and oranges
That's
in
going to
this
be really
particular
important
case.
when this next item comes up.
Like I said, I want to make it, perfectly clear that my firm has been hired by the county, but that's not having anything to do with how this opinion of my statements are coming forth right now. It's based on information that is available from OSHA, and it's pretty darn clear, including the emergency statement or standard that has come out from OSHA. It's very clear in there as well.
And OSHA is not charged with public health, it's charged with safety.
OSHA is not charged, does not have the capability of telling Texas, as far as local officials, cities and counties and the state, that they have to get the vaccine. OSHA does not have that authority.
OSHA is what they're trying to use today.
I'm sorry?
CDC is what they use for the moratorium on your rent. OSHA is what they're trying to use today on a vaccine mandate.
That is correct.
So who knows what they'll use tomorrow? So I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate you trying to console us a little bit, but hold on.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they won't come up with something else tomorrow, and we've got an open-ended contract here. And so there's the problem. So I appreciate that you looked into it and you studied it, but we're trying to nail Jello to the wall. We're trying to figure out what these guys are gonna do next.
Commissioner, my thoughts on that is if they could have, they would have.
Well,
And I don't think that they have the
They never
authority
sleep.
to do that.
Russ never sleeps.
Yeah.
These
Well,
guys are always looking for some way to get something out of it.
I understand, but I don't particularly agree.
That's fine. That's America.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion about not accepting cards? Are you on the list? And this?
Are we calling number 1.9?
No, we're on 1.8. So we've got a motion and a second. So is there any more discussion on the motion? And the motion is to prohibit sending any American Rescue Plan Act funding without court approval.
Right.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Item 1.9. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to determine if the American Rescue Plan Act funding should be sent back to the federal government. Commissioner Blue.
Okay. Now, this is not a grant, it's funding, which is different. So if we apply the grant rules to this, it's not the same thing. What we have currently is an untrustworthy administration that is proven to be untrustworthy with no vax mandate. Now there's a vax mandate. And I could go down a long list. Including, we're going to get all the Americans out of Afghanistan, which we didn't do, and I could go on. So they've proven to be untrustworthy. We have a contract here with that's open-ended, that could have future demands that would come to bear on people of Kerr County. Kerr County taxpayers could be on the hook to have to pay that back or to endure a mandate. So on the one hand, there is one place we can use this money that isn't necessarily related to the virus, and that would be in infrastructure. You use that, use it correctly, everything's fine, except that you could have a future executive order, and that's another problem. And again, as I said a moment ago, I don't trust the administration, and so far they've lied to us numerous times and used the virus to get what they want. So people say that won't happen. There's no danger of that. What is your source for that? What is the source for assuring me that won't happen? And how can we know for certain it won't happen? Will you sign up to pay for the clawback out of your bank account? If they want that money back, the taxpayers, the people that I represent, would be on the hook for this. Now, we're told that won't happen, can't happen. There's been a lot of stuff happening in the last 24 months that I would have never thought would happen in America. Peterson Regional Medical Center subjected their employees coming up soon to the vaccine mandate. Why? Because they get federal money. And so they're going to keep that money. It's a mandate for the employees based on money that comes from the federal government. And that extends to the vendors. So that would be the same as if we issue grant money to somebody, some nonprofit here in the state. I'm just saying, we've gone through a lot. There's no assurances in this, and you have an open-ended contract. I'd like to see a show of hands how many people will sign a contract that they're going to fill out the rest of it tomorrow. Got any takers on that? Because that's the way this federal government is operating right now. And when you've got this kind of distrustful behavior at the federal level, I don't want to enter into a contract with them. I just don't trust them. It's that simple. So that's all I have to say about it as an introduction.
I think a bit of a comment, and I agree with some of what Commissioner Blue said, but not the entirety of it. First thing, this county enters into a lot of contracts with the federal government, probably in the hundreds. And every one of those contracts has provisions that, things about, who we have to put the bids out to, how we have to, protect minority businesses, women-owned businesses. There's lots and lots of things that are mandated when we accept state and federal funds. Most of the state funds that we get are federal pass-throughs. So we're doing this a lot. The difference in this one is the executive order language. That is different this time. That is not in our normal ones. And that's what's subject to a lot of litigation right now. I hope and I think that what Representative Grantworth said is probably accurate, that most of that's going to be fair and comfortable.
It is accurate today.
But I'll let you speak, sir. But I think that we need to be aware of that, and I'd like to close things down, as soon as the courts do. The funding that I have, or the items that I have recommended from the very beginning are items, and the big one is communication upgrades to the sheriff's department, that these taxpayers in this county have to do. We don't really have an option on that. The city's probably going to go down that road to upgrading it, and we need to be able to communicate, or the sheriff's department needs to be able to communicate with the Kerr Police Department, the Fire Department, Kerr Fire Department, and our local counties. Right now, we cannot do that. So our option would be to use this funding for that if we get comfortable with the use of it, or issue a CO to do it. Either way, we have to do it. And, at the moment, I'm not going to, if it goes the way I think it probably will, from the standpoint of executive orders and that litigation that's currently pending, I would be supportive of using the funding for that. And then if it does get a recall back or something happens, issue a CO and pay it back. I don't see a downside in that, because we have to spend the money. We just don't have an option on that. And we do not have that kind of money in our annual budget, and we're not going to have it. I'm not in favor of, going out to a whole lot of different nonprofits that we don't control, giving them money. I'm not, for a lot of fluff items. But there are some things that we have to do in the next year to 2 years. And if this funding can be used for that, great. And if something does happen that we can't project into the future, we can at that point issue a CO and pay off that, the ARPA funds. And we're gonna come up in a no worse situation by doing it that way. So this is kind of the way I look at it, but I think that right now we just slow down and let the courts kind of go through some of the executive action.
I agree with what Harley says, and I agree the key word that you said and everything you said is if we feel comfortable with it. And that was my thinking in the previous agenda item. I agree with him, but let's let the smoke clear, using Representative Biederman's words. Let's sit back and watch, let the smoke clear. No harm, no foul. Because we can always sit back. Whether it be next month, 6 months, 8 months, whatever, it's sitting there. It's sitting there. We haven't spent a penny of it. Not going to spend a penny of it until it comes through here. And everybody would see it totally transparent.
Well, that's what we decided the day we were upstairs to hang on to and see how the court cases go. But the thing you just brought up, Commissioner Letts, about the funding that we get through here. Grants, and this was just money sent to us. This is funding, they call it. It's not a grant. So I don't know, I don't want us mixing apples and oranges.
We're still subject to that obligation. My point is that we're subject to enforcing some federal regulations under the grants that we accept annually.
We got some people who want to speak, though.
Yeah.
I'll go back a couple comments. I think the first thing we need to look at are these deadlines. The deadline to obligate any of this money is 37 months from now. That's over 3 years. And I think you've seen this court is committed to not spending this funds until we're comfortable and sure that we're going to be okay with it. And that's why we hired Grant Works. And he's nodding his head at me because we have to understand we're not doing anything that's going to put anybody at risk here. That's not something we want to do. But we do have some time to make up our minds that if we're going to do it. And it's 37 months before we just obligate the money. We got another 24 months we have to spend it. If you don't obligate it, you got to send it back. If you don't spend it, you got to send it back. So we're looking at 5 years. This is a 5-year window. What's the hurry? Let's wait and see how these things work out. We have a case out of the Fifth Circuit that has an injunction in place on the vaccine mandate. That's one of the United States Supreme Court. I'm comfortable with the opinion out of the Fifth Circuit. I've been a practicing lawyer for many years, and I'm telling you, that is a good conservative circuit, and we have, I think, a good opinion to take up to the United States Supreme Court. And I'm frankly very more comfortable with the United States Supreme Court now than I was several years ago. So I feel like we've got some time here. I read an article in the New York Times, all papers in the New York Times last week. You know how that kind of goes in one ear and out the other sometimes. But I was listening to the New York Times editorial op-ed. I find that this midterm election in 22, next November, is going to be maybe the biggest in the history of the country. That normally in a midterm election, the party that is not in power gains anywhere from 10 to 20 seats. That's normal. That's what we see. That's the national average. They're expecting that in 22, it may be as many as 40 to 45 seats. That's in the House. That would take control of the House, conservative control of the House. And they're predicting the same thing in the Senate. So in other words, by this time next year, just less than 12 months away, we're going to know whether or not there's any check and balance in Washington, and it's not just government out of control. I understand what people's concerns are. But we've got some time to look at this and hopefully make a difference at the polls, in the ballot box. That's what makes the difference here. So I just point that out as that I'm not in a hurry to send the money back. And I tie that to the fact that we've got half of the money right now. We're going to get the other half of the money next summer. We've got $5.1 million, let's just say $5 billion, that we've had on deposit since mid-May. And we're getting interest off of that. And I've asked whether or not we can keep that interest, or do we have to send the interest back if we send the funds back, and that's not clear. I've worked with Grant Works on it. They're looking into that. That's something that we want them to follow up and be able to advise us. But when we get that next $5 million next summer, we're gonna have $10 million sitting there for a number of years that's not being spent. That's a lot of money. That's over $1 million probably to Kerr County. I'm not ready to give that away. When I send it to Washington, we'll keep it right here, under this court's control, that we're not gonna do anything with that money that this court doesn't approve. So I'm saying, let's take the interest on it. And then the last thing I'd say is what Commissioner Letts is talking about. He and I both sit on the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, which reports to this court, and all pretty much up to speed with what we're doing. But we have a bond issue coming up this next November. We have a lot of capital needs in this county. I mean, this courthouse is almost 100 years old, for those of you who don't know it. And we're trying to get more security and better locks and reduce the emphasis into it, make it safer for everybody to work here. We've got the sheriff's office is working with the old model of law enforcement communications. Our system is in better shape, I'm told, by the sheriff than the cities, but the cities is in pretty rough shape. I think they've got, what, just one line they can use? And so they're looking to use their ARPA funds to upgrade the city communications, law enforcement, KPD and fire department, to 700 megahertz. Well, when they do that, when the city does that, if we don't have communications with the city for emergency services, and nor do our volunteer fire departments. That's a huge public safety issue, huge in my mind. And they came in here just within the last month and made a pitch to us that it's going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood, we can say 3 to 5, but it's going to be millions of dollars that we do not have in our budget. And from everything that we've heard so far, we got our gatekeeper here looking at this, that would probably qualify for use of ARPA funds, and it goes to the county. And we've got other capital projects that we can look at. One of the things that we've already talked to Grant Works about is the Hill Country Youth Event Center and that indoor arena. For those of you that don't know, the indoor arena is unhealthy and it's hazardous. And we've got dirt in there that's been there for over 50 years. And it's contaminated. And we need to get it out, and we need to have a concrete floor. We need to rewire it. We need to make it safe. It's unsafe. You'll see it when you go to the stock show in January. You'll see how unsafe it really is. That is the emergency evacuation center for the county, for the school district, for the city. It's the evacuation center for San Patricio County in a hurricane. We had them all up here before when we had Hurricane Harvey. We need to make that place safe. These are capital expenditures that we're going to spend. And we're either going to spend it with raising the tax rate or possibly using this if we can get comfortable that it's safe to spend the money for these important upgrades. And so I look at it as, now's not the time to panic. Now's not the time to turn and run. Now's the time to stand your ground. Now's the time to dig in. And let's see this thing through. Let's see it to the end. We may have a change in the Congress. We may have a change in the administrations. We don't have to make a decision about this money until after the presidential election in 2024. We can wait for November. We don't have to make a decision until December 31 of 2024. And I say, let's stand our ground and hold this money and stand firm. That's where I stand.
Concerning your timeline, Sheriff, will any new towers have to be built in order for you to have the communication system you have to have?
No, we're good. I'd say we're good for about a year or two. The only thing, if the city goes that direction, which, you know, that's a good direction to go in, that's going to put us in an unsafe position.
Well, I'm asking, will any towers have to be built for this communication?
No.
We're going to use all existing towers?
Correct. Barring, you know, like happening in Junction, you know, snowstorm, something like that, not going down. We're good other than barring the weather, which I can't control.
The reason I ask is because of this. You have to do EPA impact studies. You have to wait until the gold chief warbler stops mating. You have to make sure you have the availability of the steel for the towers. It takes a long time to get a tower built, a long time.
Yes.
So the timeline you just expressed could run out trying to get a couple of towers built if it's not all timed exactly right.
That, and I'd be okay with that. If that happened, there's other places we can go with that money, if we decide to spend it. So, maybe we lose out on that deal, and we have to budget for it in the future. The county has plenty of needs.
I'm just addressing the timeline.
I understand, and that's a good point.
And I called the sheriff last week, and I said I met with the sheriff and with the Deputy Walter over here, Captain Walter, I'm sorry. Concerned about that very issue. And one of the things we looked at is, I talked to them about what we did with the CIP. When the CIP was concerned about how are we going to build a new animal shelter if we don't have a place to build it? How are we going to build a West Kerr County annex if we don't have a place to build it? And we used what we call tax anticipation notes, and I went over this with the Sheriff's Department. We can borrow that money for short terms. It's not a CO, it's not a bond, but it's a short term, to get us through that time squeeze if we get caught. If we have to build a tower, we talked about, we can borrow the money, build a tower, not touch the ARPA funds until we know that it's safe. So we've got a plan.
Good.
That satisfies what I wanted to know. This is a good point. I've had to build towers, it's not fun.
You would know.
You know. I think I can read these names if they're outside. The first one I think is Marcia King. She likes to dress artwork.
Marcia King? Oh, she's there.
She's in here, right?
Yeah, right here.
First on the list, got here early, get a good seat.
Marcia King, native Texan, Kerr resident since 1991. I want to focus on the contract that was signed by the county for the funds under the American Rescue Plan Act last May. It's the devil's in the details. These contracts have never-ending rules, regulations, and obligations that fall on the backs of every legal resident in Kerr County that will affect and indenture all future generations. Most glaring is the compliance with applicable laws. Under 9.A of this, it says recipient agrees to comply with the requirements of Section 603 of the Act, regulations adopted by Treasury pursuant to Section 603F of the Act, and guidance issued by Treasury regarding the foregoing. Recipient also agrees to comply with all other applicable federal statutes, regulations, and executive orders, and recipient shall provide for such compliance by other parties in any agreements it enters in with relating to this award. In a letter from Ken Paxton on October 15, 2021, he wrote, separately, Biden recently issued a federal executive order directing federal departments and agencies to begin including a clause in federal contract and contract-like instruments specifying that contractors must comply with workplace safety protocols that would apply to all covered contractor employees, including contractor or subcontractor employees. These protocols will now include a requirement that covered employees receive a COVID-19 vaccination. Thus, Biden's order potentially conditions the continuation of federal funding on your agency's cooperation in compelling your employees to receive a COVID-19 vaccination. Texas Attorney Mallory Miller opined this. Built into this plan, for example, is the potential for a federal demand of city governments contracted to these recovery funds which serve their electric and water systems to require all municipal utility customers to be vaccinated in order to continue receiving city utilities that were benefited from the fund awards. This comes from Texas Right to Know. And everyone, please go to the site. Recipients of these funds are under obligation of contract with the U.S. Department of Treasury. In Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution says, no state shall pass any law impairing the obligation of contracts. By signing this contract, you agree to the terms and conditions by consent of contract to comply with federal executive orders. So Governor Abbott's vaccine mandate will be overridden as his contract supersedes any state laws. Of course, he sold out Texas with SB 8 on November 8, 2021. Therefore, these coronavirus funds may very well be a setup for a domestic coup to transfer power from states, cities, businesses, and individuals to become subservient to executive orders by consent of contract. This slides us from socialism, Marxism, and straight into communism, all by design. Accepting and using any of these funds puts us all under the boot of federal tyranny. The deliberate stealing of our sovereignty and freedoms and those of our future generations puts us all in debt to the federal government by this consent obligation contract is not worth the bribe the federal government is offering. Please send it back now, not later, but now. Thank you.
Let me just ask, it is a little bit after 10. Do we want to take a break? Or do we just keep going? Okay.
We need a break, maybe 10, 20, 10, 30, something like that.
Okay. Then the second on the list is Richard King.
Well,
thank you for having us. I would like to ask, and I know you're not supposed to respond, but maybe we can set something up. Let me get my glasses, I'm sorry. Of course, these aren't mine, I left mine at home, I have to wear my wife's, so if I look funny, I'm sorry. I would like to ask for a public forum on the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, to be held sometime, like we did at the Ag Barn one time, after 5 p.m., to be fair to those in the workplace, at a facility that accommodates many people that have great concerns about this funding. I am not an attorney, but I do have common sense. These so-called funds have so many strings in the 35.9 compliance applicable laws, especially in regards to federal statutes, regulations, and executive orders, that it makes this very dangerous for Kerr County. It also allows the loss of sovereignty and liberties of all legal residents of our country. I cannot trust that everyone who receives these funds will understand, follow, and comply with these rules and laws that are attached to this. It only takes one, only one, and possibly many to be non-compliant and thereby screw the entire county. Excuse my language, but it's true. With the broad language on executive orders from the federal government, should a deviation occur, who pays it back? All of us. Okay? And anyway, we are talking about $10.1 million. We're not talking about $1 million. We're talking about 10.1. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think we have a paycheck in this entire county that could cover that, especially since you say we don't have enough to cover everything under the current budget. After I've been a resident here of Kerr County for 30 years, and I'm standing with others here to tell you to send the money back. Leaving it in a bank account, hoping that the Supreme Court rules in a way that will make this more palatable, is crazy. First of all, I'm sorry, but I don't trust the Supreme Court at this point. Accepting the ARPA money, yeah, I'm getting lost now. Accepting the ARPA money and putting our county under existing and future executive orders would federalize us and make us all slaves. I served in the Air Force, and I know all too well the words, we're from the government and we're here to help. Okay? That doesn't always work out. This ARPA money is the most dangerous thing and possibly ever in the history of America and could destroy our beautiful country. Now that the rumors have been dispelled in regards to the existing and future executive orders applied to 35.9 compliance with applicable laws for those who apply for this money is the most important. It is most important that we do not fall into their trap. I want to say that because at one of the past meetings, I read those compliance rules to you all. It doesn't say maybe or if. And I know the government well, I've worked for them. And I'm telling you right now, if it says you will, you will. So anyway, I would like to say that I'm sorry, I only have just a few more seconds if that's okay, because I want to read something that Biden wrote to the American people. This comes from the White House. And I would like to read this since I didn't get to do the rest. But it does say on March 11th, 2021, this is Biden. I signed into law the American Rescue Plan, a law that will help vaccinate America. Okay, and then down below at the bottom, I won't read it all because I know I don't have time. We are the path to the vaccinating of the nation. And if you don't believe they'll do it, if you don't use this money properly, I differ with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call the next 3 speakers, and we'll take a break after them. That's Rita Casey, Sherry Snyder, and Brian McDowell. Ms. Casey would be first.
We don't need an EO from the federal government because if you've read Governor Ducey of Arizona, he just issued an EO that requires everyone in Arizona to report information to the CDC and the HHS. And I suggest you look that up. I don't have time to tell you what it says. As far as recapture, A performance bond is a good idea for private agencies, but what about public funds that have to be refunded? That's a question. And number two, with the help of GrantWorks, you get advice just like you do from an attorney, and do they have a liability insurance policy to cover any information? Oh, and one more thing. When you talk about infrastructure and arenas, I thought it specifically said water, sewage, and broadband. That's it, I think.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Casey. Ms. Snyder?
I am a woman who is called Sherry Snyder. I reside at 196 Getaway Falls Trail, and I want to thank you for being our public servants. You were elected to serve the people. We do not want more of Biden's mandates attached to keeping Biden's money. If I had stood here 2 years ago and told you that you'd have mandatory lockdowns, multiple violations of our freedoms and constitutional rights, that many small businesses in this town would not survive, I doubt anyone would have believed me. But I am here to put each man on notice. The man called Rob Kelly, the man called Harvey Blue, Don Harris, Beck Gibson, and Jonathan Letts, that if you vote to keep Biden's money, I will hold you personally responsible and personally liable for any and all harm that comes to I, a woman called Sherry Snyder, and the family of I, as well as the residents of this county. Please know, all of your personal assets will be at risk for the claims I will file if necessary. The harm that could follow by keeping this money could easily accumulate to millions, far more than the interest you are hoping to keep from Biden's $10.1 million. I agree with Richard King, we need a public forum, a town hall meeting held at a large facility like the Ag Barn, held after 5 p.m. like he suggested for the working men and women. This potential claim has no time limits, and as a man or woman, you do not have to hold any current office or title to be personally liable. In closing, I will not hold you liable if you vote to send Biden's money, ARPA, back.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. And Mr. McDowell? Brian McDowell. Casey's outside. Mr. McDowell?
Yes, good morning. My name is Brian McDowell. I live here in Kerrville, and I have property in all 4 precincts of this county, but I just voted in number 3. Anyway, I'd like to say that putting our hands or whatever, this money in our hands and not spending it or just hanging on to it to see what happens is not a good idea. I think that we shouldn't take it from the very beginning. I think the temptation would be too great for politicians and for this county because it's just too easy. And I don't believe we should take the money. We should not have it. I don't trust our federal government. I don't think that they're truthful with us. And in these days and these times or whatever, we can't afford to make a mistake with this. And so do not take the money. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute recess and come back. I'll bring him back in.
Who's next, Judge?
He's going to be Ronald Campbell. But before Campbell comes up, let me announce to everyone that normally at this time we would have to take the timed items which are 10 o'clock. There's about 5 of them. And so I've prevailed upon our county engineer for a personal favor to wait until later to be able to present his timed items, even though we should be listening to him right now.
Oh, good.
So with that, Mr. Campbell, you may take the podium.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Campbell. I live at 1406 4th Street here in Kerrville. I'm a resident taxpayer here in Kerr County. Been a lot of discussion about this ARPA money and strings attached and potential mandates and executive orders that's going to take over what we're going to do. I am completely in disagreement with taking this money. The strings attached to this situation, we don't want it. We don't need to have these mandates and definitely this COVID vaccination to be jammed down our throat. So lo and behold, I just don't go along with it, and I ask for every one of you to vote against keeping this money and to secure our future. Thank you.
Next is Bethany Puccio.
No, you did good.
The first time?
The first time, you got it right the first time. It's like in school when you correct it, you got it right the first time. Good morning, my name is Bethany Puccio. I live right here in Kerrville, right in the city. I lead the local government group for We the People, Liberty in Action. This court has already heard from many residents here in Kerr County why we want these funds sent back. Many of the people who have spoken or who are yet to speak understand the specific problems with this free money better than I do, and honestly better than probably most of the court. I won't go into all of these details here as they've already been laid out by so many others. I think the bottom line here is that we don't want this Biden money in our county. There's no such thing as free money ever. There are always strings attached. And the notion that we would keep the money in a separate account is not acceptable. We want you to send it back. The Biden regime has proven to be tyrannical and anti-American. There is no part of this administration that has the good of America or Americans at heart. We want no part in anything coming down from the federal government. This is Texas, and Texans can take care of Texas. The Biden administration has already disregarded a court order by the Fifth Circuit regarding the vaccine mandates. Even after a second and clear ruling against them, they are still giving instructions to disregard court orders. The only guarantee we have of keeping Biden in D.C. and keeping Kerr County free of his overreach is by refusing the funds. We don't want them. Should you go against the will of the people on this and keep the funds in a separate account to be used later if the court cases are won, who holds this court and future courts accountable to that? Point to the policy or safeguard that secures that outcome for us. More than half of this court is up for re-election. How can you guarantee that someone else will not be in your seat that will not honor this agreement? If this body is not willing to reject the money in the first place, why would we believe you would fight for us against tyrannical mandates? The only way we know that this money isn't going to be spent is if it isn't there to spend. We do not want or need to raise the bar of spending here in Kerr County. Most everyone that I know feels that the tax burden here is already too high. And if we take these funds, even if there were no strings attached, it sets a precedent for higher spending, and that is not healthy for this county or its residents. We are looking for smaller government, not bigger. As some of you come up for re-election, it seems that it would be prudent to really think through your stance on this. You are in a conservative county with conservative values. We are looking for leaders who defend our freedom and our sovereignty. As Texans, we are independent and want to safeguard our sovereignty as a state and as a county within that state. The question is whether or not this court shares those same conservative values. I think this issue will speak to that in a big way. We don't trust the government. We don't want their money. We want it sent back.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ruth Grimmon.
at 247 Huntley and Hunt. We've been here since 2003. This ARPA money, I think, is supposed to soothe our feelings or make us think the government cares about us after the pandemic, and we're not going to be soothed. People who weren't allowed to hold their dying wife's hand while she died of cancer in the hospital, couldn't go to have their daughter's wedding, couldn't be together, maybe they did have COVID and died. All these things were horrible, and you can't fix it with throwing some money at us. And you know that we're going to build that building, that public safety building. We have had fundraisers here that have made so much money. The Hill Country thrift store made $50,000 in 1 month. There's money in Kerrville. And if you tell the people you need it and it's for a good cause, they'll dig in their pockets and they'll buy something for you. They'll pay for it for you. And as a little example, let me suggest this. You open your mail and you get a golden credit card from Chase Manhattan. It's $5 million and it's prepaid. Spend it. Page 2 says, when you've spent this money, we will send you the fine print. Love, Satan.
I like that.
Yes.
Jack Ruby.
I'm Jack Kremen. I live in Hunt. Matter of fact, I live with Ruth at 247. I spent 33 years in the military, and I know what things can change. It did for some of the different places and tours that I had. The thing that really bothered me was Biden said we will not leave anybody in Afghanistan, and we still have people in Afghanistan. They lie. It's easy to lie. You get lawyers, they say fine print, all that kind of stuff. That's what's going to happen here. They're going to eventually come back with some lawyers. They're going to come out with another plan, another legal thing from Biden, and he's going to say you got to pay it. Everybody's going to have to get a shot. I'm not going to get a shot. So I think you need to send the money back before the temptation is too great. Thanks.
Thank you. Rich Paces.
Thank you. I'm Rich Paces from Centerpoint. We've had some very articulate, gifted speakers here, and they've gone into some legal issues as to why we shouldn't take these funds, and even kind of couched a veil that you may have some personal liability if you spend this money and take these funds. I'm just going to share with you pearls of wisdom from my father. I learned a long time ago, and he told me, and probably you've heard this too from your fathers, I hope, if it sounds too good to be true, it is. This is federal overreach at its worst. You know, look what's happened with all the other money that they've paid out to people. So we've got unemployment. Who wants to go to work when you're getting a free ride? When our Lord wants and intends us all to work if we're capable. Charity is a great thing, but if you're able to work, you ought to be working. Now, we don't need these funds here. We've done just fine. And we'll get by without them. But you spend this money, you're signing a contract with the devil, and the devil's in the White House. I don't trust our current administration. I'm not sure I trust our Supreme Court anymore. And whether it'll get to them, and who knows how they're going to rule on this. So you have the opportunity to send a loud message. Just send it back. We don't need it. We can't take the risk that by accepting these funds and spending the money, we'll find we're out of compliance. Suddenly, you've got to pay it back, plus interest, plus who knows, penalties. They can write whatever new administrative rule they want, new regulation, executive order. Who knows? And that's the point, we don't know. We do know that they've lied about everything since January 21st. And of course, they lied about everything before the elections, but I won't get into all that. It's very tempting when somebody gives us something for free. It's very tempting to turn it down. But yes, it sounds good, but don't do it. It's not true. We're getting ourselves into a real bind if we keep these monies. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Frank Ricketts.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I just want to reiterate some of what we've already heard here. And first of all, this contract is open-ended, as Harley stated. I mean, they can change it at any time. And it clearly states in there that you do have to abide by all of their executive orders and rules. And what gets me is, you talk about spending this money on Kerr County infrastructure that's needed. This money wouldn't even exist if it hadn't been for the great scandemic. They created the problems that created the need, the shortage of tax funds and money. And you talk about 2022 and 2020, well, this might happen. I don't trust anything, including our elections, our Supreme Court. I mean, I know a lot of people my age are having a hard time admitting that this is happening in America in our lifetime. But these people are communists. They hate America. They're teaching it in our schools. They're invading the border as we speak. I don't think we should take any money from the federal government because they can't be trusted. And I know Kerr County is a bastion for traditional values, conservatives, and has been for a long time. And that's one of the reasons I live here. And I don't want to see that kind of tyranny come to this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anka, how do you pronounce your last name? Thank you.
We need to call any more down.
Okay, let's go ahead and call some others down. Well, just go ahead this way. Maria Hammerline, Alicia Bell, Barbara Dool, Julie, I can't read her last name, Michael Piper, Kathleen Ocker, Robert Barron, Maury Adams, Todd Kinzer.
They're all right here, Judge. They're here.
So the next one is Uncle Lampman.
Thank you guys for taking the time and listen to all of us. Some of you know me personally, some of them know that I'm actually from Germany. So I do watch also what's going on over there closely with all the mandates and all that. And I see this coming to America. Because if we take that money and allow the federal government to take over what we are doing here in our county, I think we are probably pretty close to what's going on over there. What, in my opinion, is unconstitutional. That's why I live here, because I love America, and we do have rights here. We would lose all those rights. What I would like to ask each single one of you, read that contract. Read the terms and conditions. If this would be a contract that you sign personally for your family, would you agree to a contract that, first of all, puts any mandates on you, any regulations on you? And to me, the biggest point about those rules and regulations, and especially the terms and conditions of that contract, is that they can change those terms and conditions at any time. I'm no lawyer, but I can read. And for me, that is enough that I read that the other party can cancel terms and conditions and updates them as they need it. So therefore, I would like to ask you, read the terms and conditions, please think about it and send that money back. We don't need it here, and we sure don't want it here. We are fully capable of taking care of ourselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. White. Maria Hammerline.
Good morning. My name is Maria Hammerline, and I'm a Kerr County resident. I just wanted to relate to you my experience as just a mom that was always involved. When I lived in Austin, I would always keep abreast of the issues, so I'd make my way down to the legislature, okay? They're filing bills that pertain to me, my family, you know, and our business, schools, etc. So I'm going to be involved. Well, the number one thing that was literally radioactive to all the legislators was a bill that had unfunded mandates. Okay, nobody wants any kind of regulations, laws, anything to do with it. If a bill has an unfunded mandate, they won't even allow that to get a hearing. Okay, what that unfunded mandate is, basically exactly what we're seeing today. It's a murky future for that, anything that you're trying to do as far as laws. We don't know what will happen in the future. Take, for instance, last year, our borders were secure, fairly secure. I've been keeping an eye on that for the last 20 years. Well, did we have any idea that today would be in the situation after a Supreme Court decision that man in the White House would have to keep those people coming across on the other side of the border? Well, let me tell you what, it's an unfunded mandate if I've ever seen one, and I've been seeing them for 20 years. So I urge you, we're not broke in this county. If we have a problem with something that needs funding, let's get a bond election going. You know, let us vote, but don't make a decision on our behalf that's going to tie us and our children and our grandchildren to an unknown future. We can't do that. That's you know, look at what the founders said. Look at what those that came to Texas to settle, how they ran, you know, the Republic of Texas, and I can pretty much guarantee they would not have taken the money. So anyway, I thank you for your time, and I hope that you will consider that.
Thank you. Alicia Bell.
Kerr.
Barbara Dool.
My name is Barbara Dool. I live in Kerr County. And commissioners, judge, thank you for having us have the time to talk about this morning again. I'm glad it came up on the agenda again. I have to agree with all the speakers that we've heard so far as the contract and all the terms and what it obligates us to. I think it's a very dangerous proposition. But I also want to bring up another point. The idea of whether we keep it and just, you know, I think you're all in agreement that you do not want to abide by executive orders that are onerous to the county. But in keeping the money, you are opening yourselves to changes that could happen, even right here on the commission, you know, on the county commissioners. Who knows who's going to be sitting in those seats 3 years from now? And we are, as long as that money sits here, we're depending on 5 people to do the right thing. And those might not be this 5 people. It could be a different 5 people. And furthermore, the idea that, well, we can just sit on this money and maybe the laws will change and we can keep it and we don't have to abide by that. Well, that money is still taxpayer money. Whether it comes from the federal government, the county government, the city government, it's taxpayer money. It's not free. It's not a gift. We paid for it. So sitting on it, thinking, oh, well, we get to keep free money. That's some taxpayers' money here in the United States, and some of it is from here in Kerr County. Send it back. We don't need it. We don't need it with strings attached. I agree with what Maria said. Appeal to the taxpayers here in Kerr County if there are real needs that need to be met. We can take care of ourselves. And playing with this money and leaving it sitting there is just open to temptation. And you're betting that you're going to be there on that council or that somebody else is going to be there who's going to make as good a decision as you would. Not necessarily so. Get rid of the money now. Just get rid of it. Thank you.
And I apologize, but it's Julie, I'm having a hard time reading the last name. Adams? Julie Adams, okay. See if Julie Adams is involved.
Julie Adams?
Ms. Adams, you go to the podium, please. Ms. Adams, podium.
My name is Julie Adams.
Can you speak a little louder?
Yes, my name is Julie Adams. I live in Kerr County. The American Rescue Plan is a Trojan horse. It's offering our own hard-earned tax money back to the counties we live in as an inducement for compliance to mandates for vaccines, but potentially not limited to just the vaccines. I don't see any specified dates framing this contract in Section 9, Part A. This could be interpreted to mean that any regulations or orders that may be forthcoming during the terms of this agreement would also be mandatory. We have very broad language in this contract, and I quote, "Recipient also agrees to comply with all other applicable federal statutes, regulations, and executive orders." This might include mandates around gun control, property rights, energy usage, environmental restrictions, i.e. the Green New Deal, housing of illegal immigrants, what we teach our children in schools, and I could go on. Just take a hard look at the current administration offering this plan. These are just a few of the arenas where federal overreach is likely to catastrophically affect the residents in a county where these funds are accepted. At the end of this contract, audits will be done, and if non-compliance to its draconian terms are found, the funds must be returned, likely with interest. Debt has always been used as an instrument to subjugate the borrowers and extract value from them. Look at any country indebted to the World Bank. Any elected official in the county takes an oath to uphold the Texas Constitution, which enshrines the God-given rights that we individuals are born with. Any official who signs off on a contractual agreement that takes away those rights is abrogating his or her oath of office and sworn responsibility to the people who elected them. I will commit to lend my efforts with those of any others who are interested, if it comes to this, to collect signatures on affidavits, which would hold any county official signing off on these funds personally liable for any damages for abandoning their oath according to the Bill of Rights and the Texas and U.S. Constitution. Send this Judas money back. This plan is not a rescue plan. It is a procurement plan. Thank you.
Bella, Mr. Kennedy, did you want to speak? Okay. Michael Piper.
Hello again, Commissioners, Judge. Thank you for hearing me today. Everybody that's spoken today has talked about the contract and how it could turn into something really bad for the citizens of Kerr County. I'm not going to drive that point in the ground anymore. I think y'all got the point on that. But I'm here to tell you that myself personally, will not be mandated by anybody out of Washington. I'm a Texan. I want you all to make the right decisions here. That's why we put you here. If something comes down from Washington, guys, man, you live in the county too. These people know where you live. Man, look what happened to Stalin. It's not a threat, Sheriff. That's not a threat. That's a warning. That's a warning. Because we are Texans. We fought a revolution to get away from an oppressive government. And we will not have it. We will not have it. Reagan said there's nothing more true to eternal life than a government program. Thomas Jefferson said, if you can save the government from stealing the man's labor, you will have liberty. Benjamin Franklin said himself that if you want security, or if you give up your security and your liberty, or if you give up your liberty for security, you will end up with neither. That's the way it is. I've been in this county all my life. I love this county. We got your back, Sheriff. If the Sheriff's Department needs anything, these citizens are going to step up. I guarantee you, we got your back, Sheriff. Been doing an excellent job for us in this county. I think that's about all I got to say. Y'all probably tired of hearing from me, but I appreciate what y'all have done for us and what you're going to do for us, because I have faith in you guys to make the right decisions. I really do. Thank God.
Kathleen Oker, author.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Oker, and I'm a resident of Kerr County. I thank you, gentlemen, for the opportunity to address ARPA funds today. I strongly urge you to return this money now. This money is not free, and all federal money comes with strings attached. Should these strings be such things as regulations, statutes, executive orders, and mandates, and they would be unacceptable, that are unacceptable for our county, we would have the opportunity to repay it. Kerr County includes an army of intelligent and competent residents and officials who are quite capable of determining what is best for our area. We do not need Washington bureaucrats making mandates for us to follow. Perhaps the most feared statement in any situation is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Please vote to return this money immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Robert, is it Fearon? I think it's F-E-R-O-N or Fearon, I'm not sure.
That's it, Judge. Nobody else is upstairs.
Okay, I've got Lori Adams and Todd Kinsey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My husband and I escaped from Austin 5 years ago. And we live in Center Point. We're very happy. We're not happy about this ARPA money. Agreeing to the terms and conditions of this Treasury Department funding. By the way, Treasury Department directed, they're in bed with BlackRock. Does everybody know who BlackRock is? Look it up. So this is art of words, so-called relief funds. They come with massive strings. We're all concerned about this outrageous executive order mandating private business to require everyone to be vaccinated. Never mind that many businesses are doing it anyway, regardless of what courts are saying. But what happens when the feds or the president emperor decides that we have to abide by every edict, perhaps tied to sanctuary for illegals, any regulation pertaining to gun ownership, and the Second Amendment, or maybe local lockdowns to our economy because of so-called climate control issues? Audits will take place in 4 to 5 years, and non-compliance will mean penalties, including returning money that has already been spent. I don't have time to go into it, but look up Confessions of an Economic Hitman, because that's a playbook for what we're seeing here. Also, if you would, please look up Mike Adams' article about this. The headline is COVID relief funds distributed to cities and states require full compliance with Biden vaccine mandates. Counties can use money to bankrupt and replace local businesses. I've been trying to share that on social media and they won't let me. Know that small business and nonprofits will be lured into applying for all this money. Food pantries and others and every person associated with them will be forced to comply with all of this. And what else in the future? Look up 30 by 30, or as they're now rebranding it, America the Beautiful, I think. And then think hard about your property rights. Why don't you ask some of the other communities who plan to refuse this funding, apparently on principle? I'm not sure, but I think Brady, Spring Branch, and Mason might be a start. The terms and conditions of this funding are not standard, contrary to what some would have you believe. I can't and would not quote Rusty, our former sheriff, but I think he said something at some point before he retired about not taking federal grants because he might have to jail a man with female inmates because of the man claimed to identify as a woman. I went to YouTube and searched for this topic, ARPA. The propaganda is amazing. I guess people for now think money is free. Let's face it, this so-called rescue plan is bondage. I've heard it called a poison apple and a Trojan horse. That is accurate. But I always think about what my dad, who passed in 2010, when served his country, said. Communism is encroaching, and this country will fall without them finding a shot. Please face this decision now. Send the money back, and do not enslave the citizens of this county and their children.
Todd Kinsey.
Todd Kinsey, I live here in Kerrville. Thanks for everyone that spoke. Probably should have ended on that last one because very, very well articulated. I'm just going to mumble up here. I moved my family here from Colorado 2.5 years ago, and was thankful to get to Texas before this nonsense all started. But I got to tell you, I've been disappointed at times in the amount of, I guess I expected Texas to man up a little bit more, and I've been disappointed at times. And so, you know, as sitting here, I was thinking, how do I relate this to my own life? And if someone were to offer me some money that had some strings attached to it, you know, my convictions tell me to say no. And so I would just ask you all to think about it in that way. And as men of God, you know, we're called to do the right thing. And so I would just say, stand up for what's right and send this money back. Thanks.
Thank you. The only other person that has signed up on the list so far is for item 1.15. Is there anyone else on item 1.9?
Anybody else on item 1.9? Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other discussion?
As everybody's pointed out, this is open-ended. And what I think we're failing to consider is that we're judging matters by today's circumstances. And a couple of people have mentioned that we don't know what tomorrow's circumstances are going to be. If you look back the last 1.5, 2 years, we would have never imagined we'd be sitting here having gone through everything we have. A mandate can pertain to anything. And we cannot just say, okay, they're gonna, what next pandemic will happen? What next thing will there be a mandate for? What virus, what other national emergency, what's called an emergency? Today, you know, they're trying to get OSHA to proceed and carry out an executive order based on an emergency. That word has been broadly defined recently. And based on that, I don't trust an open-ended contract with these guys. And the judge has said something that made a lot of sense. Commissioner Letts has, Commissioner Harris, several others. I don't think that we have a trustworthy administration, and I move to send the money back.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Come on.
Send it back. There being no second, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is 11 o'clock.
We got work to do. See you guys.
Okay, Charlie, we're going to start with your 10 o'clock document. It's going to be item 1.11, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on December the 28th, 2021 for a revision of plat for Birdie Park Estate Section 2, Tract 5. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. This proposal divides Track 5 into 2 lots and dedicates right-of-way along Land's End Trail. Lot 5N will be 2.8 acres with frontage on Land's End Trail, and Lot 5S will be 2.82 acres with frontage on Land's End Trail and Tripper Trail. The county engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on December 28, 2021 for a revision of the plat for Verity Park Estate, Section 2, Track 5, Volume 5, page 235, Precinct 2.
I'll make a motion to set a public hearing for Verity Park Estates, Section 2, Track 5.
Second.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Next item is 1.12, public hearing for revision of plat for Hill Country Estates, Section 2, Track 7. Charlie Hastings.
I think we may have someone out there in the hallway that wants to speak on this public hearing.
This is going to be on Hill Country Estates, Section 2?
Not in the hallway, right there.
Okay. Eric Ashley.
Yes, sir. Just the last plat I did that was approved by the court, very similar circumstances. I picked a bad day to be long-winded. I apologize. I'm Eric Ashley, local surveyor. The issue is replatting in a historical subdivision with lots that extend to the center line of the road easement. And who rightfully owns that strip? Kerr County does not allow subdivisions with center line easements anymore. Kimball, Edwards, and Real do. I don't know about Gillespie. I'm representing Toby and Jared Hunt. Toby's gifting 10 acres to his son. Now, just 2 years ago, he could give his son 10 acres, and we didn't have to go through all this. Now, I don't know where we got the wisdom to take that right away. But now that we're doing this, he has an existing well, septic, and good access. It's as simple as they come. Jared is anxious to see this expedited and concerned about loss of property value if the county takes acreage from the road. I'm asking the court to simply approve this replat as it has been prepared and completed on the ground. This road easement, which the county wants to take away, is not county maintained. It's 1.5 acres at a value of $25,000 to $30,000 an acre. The county's holding the citizen hostage to give up valuable property for a road easement that the county will not maintain. I don't know of any Attorney General's opinions on this. I haven't seen any new case law, but there seems to be a shift in interpreting the rules here for some reason. My question is the county going to pay for the loss of value to take this road away from the citizen? I really thought Charlie had made a mistake, because I've had numerous plats go through this county, which this has never been required. You're holding in front of you one I did in May. Identical circumstances, was approved by this court. Charlie approved it. I've got one in 2020 I did. This court approved. 2018, this court approved. 2012, Lynn Odom and Judge Tinley approved a similar replat. 2001, Frank Johnson and Judge Fred Henneke approved a similar replat. It's an established law of the land that's been going on for 100 years. Now we want to reinterpret the rules. The public road easement grants rights for the purposes intended. In other words, it's not necessary for the county to own a road for the rights of the public to exist in perpetuity. That means forever. That is why this method is still in use in many counties. So what happened since May, when I submitted my last replat? I don't know. I guess it's just, you know, the new attorney reinterpreting the rules. I don't know. There's many unforeseen consequences in this policy. For instance, a man owns 10 acres. He wants to give his son 5 acres, okay? I think y'all probably agree that that's acceptable. But it's not. Because when the county takes that 30-foot strip away, they're left with less than 10 acres. You cannot divide it into 2 5-acre tracts. You just prevented a whole lot of fathers from giving their sons 5 acres. Private property rights are being trampled on. It's too much power, in my opinion, for just the county engineer to possess or one commissioner. I'd appreciate if y'all would take the time to discuss this issue with Lee Volk. He's the county surveyor. In my opinion, his wisdom has not been relied upon or respected by the court and those that make the rules here for subdivisions. Lee doesn't like to rock the boat. He also knows there's consequences when you stand up for what you believe in. Toby Hunt owns a property across the road. If this goes through the way that the county's trying to enforce it, there will be a 2,100-foot strip, 30 feet wide, right down the middle of their own property that the county owns. Half the easement owned by the county, the other half by Mr. Hunt. All of that nonsense for a road which is not and never will be county maintained. So I have to ask the court, what do you plan on doing with it? You're seizing people's property and you're not even going to maintain the road? Yes, it states 7 times in the ordinance. It sounds biblical, like Kerr Corinthians. Road must be separate and the two shall not be joined as one. That's correct for new subdivisions, not replats. It's too convenient to reimagine what has always worked. If we apply today's standards and perspectives to the past, go back and fix something that was never broken, what are we accomplishing? If we blame this on the rules, let's change them. It's real simple. One sentence, we could change that silly rule. But do we want to blame it on the rules? We have to enforce it because it's in the rules? Really? I humbly request that you approve this revision of the plat as it has been submitted. Thank you for your time.
We're still in the public meeting part?
Yes, sir.
Anyone else want to address the court with regard to this issue? Okay, we'll adjourn the public meeting. We'll go on to item 1.13, consider, discuss, take appropriate action for the court to approve a revision of plat, Hill Country Estates, Section 2, Tract 7. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. This proposal divides Tract 7, it's 25.27 acres, into 2 lots. Tract 7N will be 10.27 acres with frontage on Green Oak Drive and Indian Mound Road. Tract 7S will be 15 acres with frontage on Indian Mound Road. Indian Mound Road is an existing privately maintained road, as Eric was indicating just a moment ago. A 60-foot wide road easement instead of right-of-way was dedicated by Plat Volume 3, page 30. When property is platted or revised, the county typically requires right-of-way dedication. However, the developer has requested this portion of Indian Mound Road to remain as an easement, as Eric has indicated. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding approval for a revision of plat for Hill Country Estates, Section 2, Tract 7, Volume 3, page 30, Precinct 3. And then statutorily, I'll remind you that we have options here. The plat can be denied. If it's denied, we must cite from our regulations the reason why. The plat can be approved, or the plat could be approved with conditions. So if it was going to be denied, it would be denied because it didn't have the right-of-way separate from the lots. If it was approved, it could be approved as is, as a road easement on a privately maintained road that we don't have any intentions of maintaining that road from Kerr County's perspective. It would, I think the reason that regulation is in there is we get sometimes asked to maintain roads, and we probably wouldn't want to maintain a road that was in an easement instead of right-of-way. And then the third option would be to approve, subject to a condition, and the condition could be to have it dedicated as right-of-way. Those are the three options you have.
I have a question. It might be, seems like it's a terminology issue. Eric used the wording, you know, we were taking over ownership. You differentiated between right-of-way and easement.
Yes.
To me, an easement or a right-of-way is an easement. We generally do not take possession of ownership. We have in some situations, but generally, we get a right-of-way easement when we, in these situations. Is that, am I correct, County Attorney? I mean, are most of the ones we've done recently?
They've been right-of-way, where the ownership is in the county's ownership. We've got another plat on the agenda today, and when we get to that they're requesting that the county maintain the road, and so the right-of-way and the lots are completely separate. The right-of-way for the road will be dedicated and owned by the county.
But there's no request in this one for that.
There's no request in this one for that. It's an existing privately maintained road. If you look at it on Kerr 911, Kerr 911 doesn't even have it labeled as a road. It goes between the lots. It serves about, what, 5 or 6 lots, Eric? I think it's 5 or 6 lots, something like that.
A few other owners at the end of the road. It's a full drive road.
Yeah. It's not paved, or a good portion of it's not just a 2-track where someone has driven, is my understanding. And from the aerial images, that's what you'll see. And I'll add this, just so that you understand the whole scope. This is not a road that would lend itself towards being extended any further than it is right now. It's a dead-end road. The topography beyond where it ends gets very rough. It goes down into a valley. It would never be on a thoroughfare plan as some kind of a collector or something that would be extended. So yeah, we've got a number of those. But.
I understand that, but I'm quite confused on the point. How does a plat transfer ownership of real estate? It doesn't. That I'm aware of. I mean, I don't see how a plat can do that. It's got a deed is how you transfer ownership, and there's no deed involved here. So we're getting a right-of-way easement, but we're not getting ownership of that road. I mean, I'll look into the county attorney. I mean, every time we do a plat, are we transferring ownership of real estate?
The ones that we do lately, the ones that we've been thinking about, the right-of-way easement, they have been, but not with these. There is a separate document that is transferring ownership. So that's what I think that you were asking about for you.
Right, but is there a document here signed by the property owner deeding land to Kerr County?
I think that's what the plat does. I've always understood.
I mean, am I off base? I don't
You're taking the land away from the owner.
I don't think the plat can take, I don't think that you can convey property by a plat. You can play it right away by a plat.
Well, this is a family transfer, right? From father to son.
In an existing platted subdivision.
Right. I agree that we should get the right of way, but I don't think we're getting ownership of the property. That's the point that I'm hung up on.
You've already got the right to use the road for public maintenance and use forever. There's no need for it to be taken away from the owner.
For emergency purposes.
It doesn't matter, you've already got that right. You're adding something that you already have.
But we generally try to get wider right of way on a lot of these roads. And we've done that for many, many years. And I support that where it's possible. There's some situations come up where it's just not possible, is I think there's take any of our roads, take Lane Mountain, which I'm probably the most familiar with. That right of way in areas is probably still 25 feet wide. We tried to improve it a lot. And when someone does a flat bordering that road, they dedicate this right of way to us. And we've done that on city roads. But I just don't think it's transferring ownership. Anyway, while you're looking at that, these two people, Eric, I have a question for you. We seem to have lost 0.04 acres in this transaction. The original plat was 25.31, and now we're at 25.27.
Well, original surveyors used a transit chain, and we use GPS, so it's a little more accurate now.
Okay, so that's the reason for it. Okay. I just want to make sure we were, I forget what part of this.
It never got lost, it just wasn't there.
Is there any fence on either side of this brook? No cross fencing or anything?
Well, my whole point is that, there's hundreds of these subdivisions, and the county historically, the historical land law of the land was that, that's acceptable. And now, in order to replat these subdivisions with the property lines that go the center line of the road, I understand the county thinking they need to separate that from ownership of the lot, but there's no reason to. There's no good common sense reason to, because you've already got all the rights to the road.
It's not ownership. I guess my point is, it's not ownership or transfer.
We're taking it away.
It's an easement on the property that we're dedicating.
It doesn't mean you go in and cut trees or anything, it's an easement. They're not gonna change the land.
Well, you're taking value from the owner because that strip of land is no longer their property. And what legally happens to it, I don't know. But when he goes to sell his lot, he can no longer sell to the center line of the road. That strip has now been dedicated.
I don't think that's right.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yes, he owns it, he has the right to use it, much like utilities.
So it's separated from the lot.
And I think in the other, on their value standpoint, I'm happy with it. I think he still owns it. There is a restriction on it that limits his use of it. And the appraisal district, if you go to them, will reduce the value on those.
All right, so if you have 10-acre tract, and I divide it in two, and take off 0.3 acres, and have 9.7 acres, we're gonna divide it in two, can't do it, because you don't have 10 acres. That's what you're doing, you're taking that ownership away from the landowner.
I think it's a question I want to hear back from county attorney. Is this are we transferring ownership or?
I don't know who you're transferring or not, but you're taking it away from the private property.
There's a lot of properties that are sold with various kinds of restrictions on. I think that's all you're talking about here. It's the same amount of land. But if you live in an HOA and they tell you can't, report batteries there, it's a restriction, whether you still own the land. There's a lot of different kinds of uses that are attached to a deed, or prohibitions that are attached to a deed. You still own that amount of land.
I really think y'all are wrong on this. Once you take that strip and he dedicates it to the public, he doesn't own it anymore.
It's not part of his lot. That's what we're getting at.
Yeah.
We're asking the court, is it appropriate in this situation to apply the 7 times in our regulations where it says, thou shalt keep the right-of-way for the road separate from the lots. And if that needs to change, our subdivision regulations are right now, in flux, and there would be something that we could address and fix. I'm just trying to follow the regulations. I read it 7 times and I say, Eric, it says it 7 times, I'm not sure what to do here. But in Eric's defense, if the court's going to make a decision based on all the factors, keep in mind, it is a privately maintained road. It really hasn't ever been constructed as a road, although it does serve access for all those lots back there. There's 5 or 6 lots that is their access to a road easement. So, I'm not sure what the court wants to do.
We need to get the right of way. I agree with that because these individuals, these other 5, they may, I don't know how much acres are involved, but they may all start dividing. You may end up with more and more traffic on there. And that's the logic behind the requirement. Because we have safe roads around the county that are unsafe because we don't have enough right of way, and then more people get developed and it causes more and more problems. So I like I think we support the dedication of the right of way. The question comes is, to Eric's point, is that are we taking ownership of the property? I don't think we are. But
I have a question. I tend to agree with you, but Charlie, is it been the practice that when we take these plats and we put on there, like we've done on this one, that the legal effect of that plat is to transfer ownership of that strip of land that represents that easement?
I believe so. I think it transfers it either, if it's done as right-of-way, not as an easement, but if it's done as right-of-way, it's a separate, in the instance of a private subdivision, sometimes it gets its own lot number. And then the homeowner association owns that strip. And in the other instances, and you'll see this in just a few moments when we get to the next plat, the lots stop. And then you've got 60 foot, and then you've got lots on the other side, and who owns that in the middle? Kerr County Appraisal District is listing the owner, for taxing purposes, they're listing Kerr County as the owner of it. Whether or not we really own it, I guess I don't know. I thought we did, but just because the appraisal district says you own something doesn't necessarily mean you own it.
I think that's a pretty critical legal question we need to ask. Does that really transfer ownership? Because if it does, I see where Eric's coming from.
Right.
If it's just that you have the right of way to use that land as an easement, that's something different. I live out on Highway 39, and the deed to Highway 39, that land belongs to my wife.
Yes.
Now, that road's there, and that's a public road, but the land underneath that road is privately owned, and it's that way all over the county.
And that's what you described to me, Kelly, years ago when I asked you about this. We own the road, we don't own the land.
The surface and the substructure of the road,
Okay.
the land up underneath to the center of the earth, the property owner owns it.
Right.
Mhm.
Can't do anything with it, but we own it.
Right, absolutely.
And y'all are all correct. But the easement, you've already got. You don't need anything more. The easement grants you all the rights that the public needs to that strip of land. It already does. Whether you take that strip of land away from the property owner or not, you still have the exact same rights. It doesn't give you anything more. All it does is take it off the tax roll and minimize its acreage.
Eric, I'm the son of a surveyor. I understand what you're saying. I understand that. But if the legal impact or the legal effect has been, practice has been that transfers ownership of that land, that's different than an easement.
Yes, sir.
And they're not the same animal.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm really curious about. Because I'm fine with the easement, and Eric, I think you're fine with the easement. We all understand the easement.
It's a historical way of doing things, and we don't do it anymore. And the subdivision ordinance was written for all new subdivisions to not include the road as an easement. And that's the way it's been interpreted by many different courts and many different attorneys and many different engineers up to this point. And so, if you are taking that strip away from the owner, there's got to be some common sense reason to do it, which I don't see, but I'm not that smart.
again, I think I support because it's, then we need to be consistent. And we want an easement of 60 feet, and I think you should dedicate it. And our rules clearly say that if you revise the plat, it's subject to our current rules. So there's no question that this provision is subject to our current rule. But I think it's an easement, not an ownership. And there is a big difference in my line between those two.
Either way, you've taken the land away from the owner. You've seized it.
You've taken part of the use away.
No,
We got the use.
You've taken ownership.
The easement gives us the right to use that land.
You already have it.
But right
We
now,
got that. I'm with you, Eric, I understand.
but right now, how wide is the easement right now?
30, 60 feet.
It's
60 feet right now?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing more needed, shouldn't
Right.
Yeah, there's nothing more to that. I thought it was 30 going to
Yeah.
60.
My only point is, land's getting expensive, man, around here. When you go taking an acre and a half for a road easement, which you already own, you already got the right to use it, well, why are you doing it? You know, that's my point. I'm not trying to create trouble.
I think one of the options that Charlie said is that it could be approved as an easement because there's no intention to make it a public road. I think that was one of the options Charlie said you had at the end of this.
And I move that we approve it as an easement.
Hold on a second.
Yes, that was option 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Eric and I just want clarification because we do this all the time and we want to make sure we're being consistent.
It's been a helpful discussion, but it gets us focused on some of these little technicalities that I have missed, frankly.
I think we need to definitely follow through with addressing this and making it very clear in the subdivision regulations.
Okay, any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Yes.
Yeah, for the judge and second, will
Interesting.
Yes.
Item 1.14, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve the final plat for Paloma Ranch and accept a letter of credit to allocate associated construction improvements in Mountain Home, Texas. Charlie Hayes.
Thank you, Judge. This is the next subdivision I was referring to. This proposal subdivides 145 acres on Highway 41 in Mountain Home into 25 lots. Each lot will be greater than 5 acres. Access to the proposed lots will be from a proposed road to be known as Paloma Ranch Road. It's approximately 3,600 feet long. And also from Highway 41 for a couple of lots. They've got some special access. They got special permission from TxDOT to do that. And I think the access points are noted on the plat where TxDOT will allow for those lots off of 41. A preliminary plat was approved on August 9th, 2021 by order number 38855. The county engineer requests the court approve a final plat for Paloma Ranch and accept a letter of credit number 400640200 in the amount of $567,767 issued by Guadalupe Bank of Kerrville, Texas, for the associated construction improvements. That would be the streets and drainage in Mountain Home, Texas, Precinct 4.
I was just out there a couple weeks ago. Looks good. I move for approval.
Second.
I'm just looking at the total on, are those buildable lots?
Yes.
They're part of a canyon.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
They're buildable.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all very buildable.
There's a dry creek that runs through part of it.
There's a dry creek that kind of runs down through the north side, but it's a very shallow one, and then where it cuts back across, that's where the road goes across, and they're buildable on both sides.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous 4-0. Item 1.15, consider, discuss, take appropriate action on subdivision regulation violation for the Hideout Ranch subdivision located on FM 479. Charlie Hayes.
Thank you, Judge. This proposed subdivision consists of property located in Kerr County and Gillespie County. Access to the subdivision will be off of FM 479 in Kerr County. I do have a notice of violation that I attached to this agenda bill, and it was also a cease and desist notification concerning violation of the Kerr County subdivision regulations. It's addressed to John Snow, TX7 Land LLC, out of Murphy, North Carolina. And the nature, it concerns the Hideout Ranch subdivision located in Kerr County, and it's deed number 21-05554. And the issue was that on November 9th, 2021, the above referenced 470.3 acre tract listed as 469.97, and I think that's due to better surveying technology. 469.97 acres as surveyed by Danny J. Stark, surveyor number 5602. That tract of land was observed to have entrance gates, cattle guards, and mailboxes constructed at both entrances to the subdivision off of FM 479. All of the proposed roadways, approximately 13,800 feet, were cleared and grubbed and several hundred feet, including both entrances have flexible base placed in the proposed roadway. So construction of the subdivision infrastructure has started prior to approved construction plans. So that's the issue we have here. Per the Kerr County subdivision regulations, section 7.06, quote, any required drainage plan and roadway plan and profile shall have been approved prior to the start of any construction concerning same. However, clearing, grubbing, and minor grading will be allowed prior to preliminary plat approval, drainage plan approval, and roadway plan profiles. So while the clearing, grubbing, and minor grading is allowable, construction of the road or any subdivision infrastructure requiring construction plans prepared by a licensed professional engineer is not. I continue with my notice here to Mr. Snow. I say you are hereby notified to cease and desist the construction of any subdivision infrastructure and to follow the Kerr County subdivision regulations concerning the construction of the Hideout Ranch subdivision. The issue has been placed on the November 22nd, 2021 Kerr County Commissioners Court agenda for 10 a.m. Your presence is requested. Since that time, there's been multiple email and telephone conversations and communication back and forth between me and the developer and the developer's engineer. I've been out to the site. Commissioner Harris has. Our road and bridge administrator, Kelly Hoffer, was there. My assistant, Bobby Gore. And we also had some supervisors. I think Robert Sims went with us out there. I think Donnie Houghton went out there also. So we've all had a chance to go out, observe, drive the ranch, see what's going on. The developer, Mr. Snow, has communicated back to me that he would resolve any of the issues of construction starting where it shouldn't have. And we went out there last week to look at what he did to correct the situation. He has scraped up where they did lay some base. He has that base stockpile off to the side. I continue to work with their engineer, who is here in the room. If you have any questions for him, yes, it is Marshall Brewer, and that is we have been working through the construction plans to get those in compliance. The normal process would be to have approved construction plans that have been approved by the county engineer in conformance with the subdivision regulations, and then we would have a pre-construction meeting, find out who the contractor is, who's the geotechnical lab, what kind of inspections the engineer is going to provide, and just work through the process. There is a step-by-step process, so I think they're bringing it back into compliance, but wanted to bring this before the court so that you know what's going on there off of 479. Also for the community, as they're driving by, they'll see this. I've also been alerted to social media notifications that there's lots being sold out there prior to the plat being filed. And I don't know if that's true, that they're being sold. I don't know if these are pre-sales. I don't know how that works, but I did ask the developer, are y'all selling lots? And he said, no, we're not selling lots, but there was a big tent and a bunch of chairs out there. I believe there was a big event on November the 6th, where folks got to come out and take a look at maybe a lot they may want to buy in the future. I don't know what else happened besides that, but lots of commotion going on. And probably some more of that in other parts of the county, and we'll get to hear about in the coming weeks.
Well, I want to make that
yes, sir.
This is the second time in a month we've had this issue come up where construction started before approval of plat. And I want to stop. Period. Stop. And I'm going to do what it takes. I want to recommend we do what it takes to get your attention. We're going to follow the rules, or there will be consequences. Last one, we referred to the county attorney for prosecution of misdemeanor and appropriate fines. I don't care what kind of solution you bring to me, as long as the solution is acceptable to the county engineer and the county attorney. But I want this fixed. We're not going to have a land rush in Kerr County where people come in and willy-nilly go out and start developing like they want to without following the rules. The rules will be followed. Period. That's my position. And I can't say it more sternly.
I agree. And I also think, Judge, that the current situation of the change in state law has made this problem worse.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, and nothing we can do about that. So all we can do is try to,
We can't do anything about that. We can do something about enforcing our subdivision rules.
Right.
Strictly. And so, what I would recommend is that county attorney and county engineer get together and come back to us, report back to us on the plan and fix this thing. And it needs to be prosecuted, and fined for it. That's my motion.
That's the motion, I second it.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Moving on to item 1.16. I tell you what, let's take a 5-minute break.
Good.
We got a ways to go. come back to order? Cool. Okay, we have the executive session item timed at 11:30, we're past that time. So we're going to skip this part of the agenda and go into executive session, which will require everybody leaving the room except those people that are participating. And we'll handle a couple of executive session items that won't take long. 12:50, and we're going back into regular session, open session. And I believe we're back on item 1.16 on the agenda, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept and file the adult probation statement of financial position for FY 2021. Michelle?
Yes, the statement of financial position for adult probation for, or as of August 31st, 2021, they have cash of approximately $671,000, accounts payable of $158,000, leaving a fund balance of about $513,000.
That's pretty good, man.
We just ask that you accept it and file it.
I'm going to accept the audit statement.
Second.
Oh, yeah, we got to get Jack. All right, let's begin.
I know. It was cloudy.
Yeah. It's 12:52, before we come back to order. It's 12:52, and we're coming out of executive session, going back into open session. And item 1.16 is consider, discuss, take appropriate action to accept and file the adult probation statement of financial position for FY 2021. And we've already looked at this, and we've got over $500,000
In fund balance.
in fund balance. We've got a motion from Commissioner Letts and a second from Commissioner Harris to approve the financial statement as presented. Is there any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 3-0. Item 1.17, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the best carrier donation from Point Blank for Constable of Precinct 3. Michelle?
Yes, Point Blank has donated a vest carrier for Constable Precinct 3. We ask that you accept the donation.
So,
Second.
A motion and second from Commissioner Letts and Commissioner Harris to approve the donation from Point Blank. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 0. A. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to surplus items from Justice of Peace Precinct 4. Ms. Shelton.
Precinct 4 has 8 chairs and 2 monitors that is surplus property, and so we're asking that you approve the items to be surplus.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and second from Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Baloo, to surplus the items for JP4. I can testify to those chairs on board now. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 4-0. Item 1.19, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the retirement contribution rate for the plan year 2022 recommended by PCDRS and budgeted for in FY 22 costs.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. The TCDRS has recommended that we increase the total contribution rate to 14.9%. That includes a retirement plan rate of 14.72% and a group term life 0.18%. This basically they recommend this due to the 2020 2021-2022, the increase includes reductions to the investment return and inflation assumptions and method adjustments designed to mitigate, sorry. The TCRS is saying that they're recommending these increases because this includes the reductions to the investment return and inflation assumptions and method adjustments designed to mitigate the impact of the reductions. Last year, the total contribution rate was 13.22%, and they recommend us to increase that to 14.72%. And this was budgeted for during the FY 21-22 budget, but we just thought that it would be good to have you approve the rate of change.
What was it last year?
13.22.
You went to 14.72?
Yes, with an additional 0.18% group term life for a total of 14.9%.
And this was included in the current budget?
Yes.
I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Commissioner West, Commissioner Blue. As presented, is there any further discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Item 1.20, consider discuss take appropriate action to approve various revised job descriptions. Commissioner Ross.
Yes, sir. The IT positions, there are 4. This is based on the salary study recommendations and the additional open position that we have now. So their title changes. I'll just read it. There's IT Specialist 1, pay grade 18. And then there's IT Specialist 2, grade 19. IT Support Specialist 3, that's a grade 20. And IT Systems Administrator, that's a grade 25. And some of the wording was just adjusted to make the changes so that the grades match what they do.
Just to make sense?
Yes.
Explain it,
Yes.
yeah.
And the 5th change is for the court administrator for the Commissioners Court, with a grade change to pay grade 25 and added verbiage for the supervisory grant administrator position.
And some other changes.
And some other changes.
I looked over this in the job description for the essential job duties. Was a little bit lacking in my mind as to what this position actually was doing. And I added items, assistant commissioners and county judge with liaison positions and their elected responsibilities, assistant coordinator, judicial responsibilities, and county judge. Interestingly, the county judge wasn't even mentioned in the previous job duties, which is a huge part of what she does.
Sure.
And coordinate commissioner court activities of various county departments and elected officials. So I added those in there, which to me, should have been added long ago.
Right.
And this gets us all caught up on our job descriptions and everything, right?
Well, there might be a few more that trickle in. I'm trying to do them in groups, so, but yes.
We're trying. Anyway, I move we accept all the revised job descriptions as presented.
Second.
Got a motion from Commissioner West, second from Commissioner Harris to approve the job descriptions as presented. Revised job descriptions as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 4-0.
Thank you.
Item 1.21, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the contract with the Provide Volunteer Fire Department. And this is just routine, it just came in.
Very much. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second from Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Blue, to approve the contract with the Provide Volunteer Fire Department. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 4-0. 1.22, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to appoint boards of Emergency Services District Number 3 and 4. And what this is, put this on the agenda, to really focus on the ESD districts and the precinct that they're in, which I think basically 4 and 2. And we will need nominations for those boards so that we can take them up and adopt them here as soon as possible. So
Next month.
We'll let Commissioner Gibson know, but get us a nomination so we can fill those boards.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second from Commissioner Harris and Commissioner West to commissioners for precincts with the new ESDs to give nominations to the court. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 4-0.
In 3 center point? 4 center point.
3 center point.
You might have some people in three in that too.
Right, other than,
I'll pass them.
because, well, Joe, you can hold it, is that correct? Yeah. You working on it?
I think he is working on it. He's asked me a few questions
Okay.
in the past few weeks.
Some of that drifts over into precinct 3.
Yeah.
Harley and I have the same thing with ESD 1. A little bit goes into his, basically nominates 1 of the 5.
Well, in our redistricting, I know he'll pass with 3, and that is going to be in the ESD 3.
And that Wilson Creek area is probably into the, maybe the ESC also. I'm not sure where they were comfort.
Just coordinate with one another.
Lazy.
That's right.
Bring us the same.
Lazy Valley.
Lazy Valley too, that area. I'll coordinate with that.
Okay. We voted on that, didn't we? Yes. Okay. Moving on to item 1.23, consider discussion of appropriate action to hire the grant administrator. We've offered the position to Noel Putnam, and she's accepted. She's background checks have been approved. We just now need to take action there.
She can go get bonded also.
What do you know? She might get bonded? Probably.
For the grant administrator?
It's a new thing for us, so I.
She didn't touch money.
Yeah.
She asked for it. She didn't touch it.
We wondered with Rosa, and we didn't with Rosa, but
Okay.
I thought that was based on
So what's the,
suggestion.
what's the salary?
It's a grade 24, step 1, and that annually is $54,912 and no change.
I make a motion, we hire Noel Putnam as our grant administrator at fifth grade 24-1.
We've got a motion and a second from Commissioner West, Commissioner Harris to hire Noel Putnam as our grant administrator at a grade 24, step 1. Any discussion?
Yes.
Sorry.
N-O-E-L.
Yeah. Yes, there's some misinformation out there that a lot of people think that this is just for somebody to take care of ARPA funds, and that's not it at all.
Not at all.
We've been looking at this position for a while. I view it as a position that will more than pay it for itself, what they can do for the county.
In fact, I speculated that she'll pay for herself in the first 6 months. Anyway, those in favor, raise your hand. 4-0. Item 1.24 has been passed, so we move on to item 1.25. Consider discussion of appropriate action to approve bond for Bob Green, Kerr County Tax Assessor Collector.
Yes, gentlemen, Texas Tax Code, Section 6.28C requires that I actually have to have 2 bonds. One is with the Comptroller's Office, which was approved in January. The second bond, if you recall, I'm coming up on a 3rd anniversary, and it's time for renewal. This bond is payable to the Commissioner's Court in the sum of $100,000. I respectfully request approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
That's the biggest bond we have, isn't it?
I'm not sure, Commissioner. I do know that I'm required at 10% of what I collect or $100,000, whichever is less.
Well, we're back to paying the max. So we've got motion from Commissioner West and Commissioner Baloo to approve the bond as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous 4-0.
Thank you.
Approval agenda 2.1.
Yes.
Here, budget amendments.
Budget amendments. We have 4 budget amendments today. The first one is just to solidify the budget for the environmental health position. Y'all approved this earlier this year, so this is just the follow-up budget. We need a little bit more money in the courthouse vehicle and gas line, so we're putting $5,000 in there, should last us the rest of the year. The airport had some follow-up adjustments for their project for the hangar doors, and so that's bringing in 2 line items that where the money is sitting at, which is insurance proceeds and appropriated fund balance to the storm damage repairs and the hangar door repair. And then the last one is the latest contract that we signed with URGA, stated that they will pay us up to $100 a month for the phone line that is necessary for the camera. So it's part of the grant, so it is in revenue.
Move for approval.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 4-0. Pay bills?
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $922,233.84.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 4-0. Pay bills?
There are not any.
Auditor reports?
There are not any reports. We will be bringing you the notes, in an effort to help the processes that we're having for payroll. The treasurer and the HR department and my office met last Friday, or Friday before last now, and so we'll be bringing you the notes from that meeting next time.
Okay. I think that concludes your part. We'll move on to monthly reports.
Yes, October 2021 monthly reports. Constable Precinct 3, Paul Gonzalez. Fines, judgments, and jury fees, JP4, Bill Ragsdale. Animal Control Services, Director Reagan Gibbons. Payroll report, County Treasurer Tracy Sullivan. Treasurer's monthly report, County Treasurer Tracy Sullivan. I move for approval.
We also had an auditor's report for August of 2021.
Did I?
I did not, it is submitted, but I did not put it on the agenda.
Here's the rest of it. It goes underneath the Tracy's.
Okay.
Goes under Tracy's?
Those are all should have been put together.
Yeah.
They got separated.
So I got.
Well, where do we start?
We just signed those two front ones. We just signed them to that, those two to the
So
side.
let me just write on here.
Here,
Somebody, there you go.
Where are we on monthly reports? Okay.
I have one.
We got them. Okay, I will. All right, and in addition, auditor's monthly report, Auditor Andy Shelton. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Information agenda, staff reports from any department heads? None. 3.2, staff reports from elected officials? Oh, I'm sorry, court orders.
Court orders. We have court orders 39048 to 39069 for Monday, November 8th. And we have court orders 39070 to 39073 from November 15th. Special meetings, they all look to be in order and move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Okay. 3.1, status reports to department heads. None. 3.2, status reports from elected officials. None. 3.3, status reports from liaison commissioners.
Not this time.
I'll have one just brief comment. When I stepped out in one of our breaks, I visited with President Networks. I just had a question for him real quick, and I think it was interesting to answer. And it was I said, as the state of Texas accepted any money, he said he believes so. ARPA money. He believes so. And just for the public to be aware, if that is true, and they have, we're all subject to all those things regardless of what we do in Kerr County. So that Kerr County's impact of the decision really has nothing to do with any of the enforcement side of it. We may choose to not accept the money still, but we're likely going to be, if there is something to be subject to, we're probably going to be subject to it regardless.
Well, based on what the state is successful.
Right. And there's money coming into the ACOG, the I mean, the money's coming from a lot of different areas, so it's something to remember.
A lot of fingers.
Okay.
Long day, folks. Anything else? Being the case? Yes, ma'am?
We sat upstairs because there was no room down here, and they did not get the audio feed fixed in time for the Reagan Gibbons comments on closure of the Kerr County Animal Shelter. We didn't hear that.
He opened it back up.
It's open.
It's open now.
It was done as a holdover of the spike in COVID and also from some health concerns of animals in the facility and bringing diseases in. But he thinks that, or has stated that it is now will be open unless there's something, an exceptional reason from an operational standpoint he needs to close.
Okay. We couldn't hear him out there. We could see his mouth moving, but we couldn't
We
hear him.
apologize, we heard that problem.
Anything else before the court? We are adjourned.